1917. Fall asleep to Hilarious History. The Red Dawn and the Zimmermann Zinger by Mark Twain. Copyright 2026. James Henderson. Chapter 1. The Zimmermann Telegram. The worst reply all in history. By the time 1917 rolled around, the human race had reached a consensus. The 20th century was not going to be the polite Victorian tea party everyone had been promised. The 19th century had been a long, dignified stroll through a garden of industrial progress. But the 20th had arrived like a relative who breaks your favorite lamp and then asks if he can sleep on your couch for a decade. The world was currently engaged in the Great War, a conflict so grand and terrible that it seemed the only way to win was to be the last man standing in a very expensive pile of mud. At the center of this global catastrophe sat the United States of America, led by Woodrow Wilson. Wilson was a man who looked like he had been carved out of a particularly stern piece of oak and then dressed in a very high collar to prevent him from accidentally smiling. He was a schoolmaster by trade, and he treated the warring nations of Europe like a room full of rowdy fourth graders who refused to stop throwing spitballs. His policy was neutrality, which is a fancy way of saying he was trying to look at the ceiling while the rest of the world burned down the house. However, in January of 1917, a German diplomat named Arthur Zimmermann decided to play a game of high-stakes poker without checking if he actually had any cards in his hand. The most expensive typo in history. Arthur Zimmermann was the State Secretary for Foreign Affairs of the German Empire. He was a man of vision, though that vision was often obscured by the sheer volume of his own mustache. Germany was in a bit of a pickle. The British Navy had turned the North Sea into a private parking lot, and the German people were beginning to suspect that Turnip Winter wasn't just a catchy name for a new diet fad. Zimmermann's brilliant idea was to bring the United States into the war, but not on the side of the Allies. He figured that if the Americans were busy fighting a war on their own front porch, they wouldn't have time to come over to Europe and spoil Germany's fun. So he sat down and penned a telegram to the German minister in Mexico. It was the diplomatic equivalent of a "you up" text sent at 3 a.m., but with significantly more geopolitical consequences. The proposal, paraphrased for sanity: "Dear Mexico, how would you like to start a fight with the United States? If you do, we'll help you out with some cash and maybe some moral support. Once we win, you can have Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona back. Best, Germany. P.S. Please don't tell anyone." Now, offering someone else's property as a bribe is a bold move. It's like me promising you my neighbor's lawn mower if you'll help me paint my fence. It's a generous offer, provided you don't mind the neighbor coming over with a shotgun to discuss the ownership of the mower. Zimmermann sent this note via a cable that ran, rather inconveniently, through British waters. The Germans, in their infinite wisdom, assumed that the British wouldn't be listening. This is like assuming a gossip columnist won't read an open diary left on a park bench. Room 40, the world's most dangerous tea room. Enter the British Intelligence Service, specifically a group of eccentric geniuses housed in a place called Room 40. These were men who spent their days drinking alarming amounts of Earl Grey and solving puzzles that would make a crossword champion weep. When they intercepted Zimmermann's telegram, they didn't just read it. They savored it. It was the gotcha moment of the century. The British faced a delicate problem. If they told the Americans they had intercepted a secret German telegram, they'd have to admit they were eavesdropping on American diplomatic cables, too. It's hard to tell your friend their spouse is cheating on them when you have to explain that you were hiding in their closet to find out. So, they waited. They massaged the data. They played it cool. Finally, they handed the decrypted message to the American ambassador with the nonchalance of a waiter delivering a check. Oh, by the way, they seemed to say, Germany is trying to give Texas to Mexico. We thought you might want to know before the Alamo becomes a historical footnote in a different language. The reply all moment. When the telegram hit the American newspapers, the public reaction was less, "Oh, how interesting," and more, "Get the pitchforks." Up until this point, the average American viewed the war in Europe as a distant argument between cousins who had too many titles and not enough hobbies. But Texas? You don't mess with Texas. Even in 1917, the idea of a German-backed Mexican invasion of the Southwest was enough to make every man from Maine to Missouri reach for his boots. The truly hilarious part, if you have a dark sense of humor and a fondness for diplomatic suicide, is what Arthur Zimmermann did next. Most people, when caught sending a secret note to their neighbor's enemy, would lie. They would claim it was a forgery or a prank, or that their cat had stepped on the telegraph key. Not Arthur. When asked if the telegram was real, Zimmermann essentially shrugged and said, "Yes, I wrote it. What of it?" It was the greatest reply-all blunder in the history of human communication. He had successfully convinced the most powerful neutral nation on earth that he was not only a threat, but a spectacularly honest one. Woodrow Wilson's rude awakening. Woodrow Wilson, meanwhile, was having a very bad day. He had campaigned on the slogan, "He kept us out of war," which is a very difficult slogan to maintain when the enemy is actively trying to partition your country like a birthday cake. Wilson realized that the Atlantic Ocean, which he had previously viewed as a very convenient and wide moat, was actually just a very long bridge that the Germans were trying to cross with a "Do Not Disturb" sign around their necks. The steel and soy aesthetic was here. The world was no longer a place of gentlemanly agreements and gilded balls. It was a place where a single piece of paper could turn a continent into a powder keg. The Zimmermann telegram was the final shove. It took the United States from too proud to fight to too annoyed to stay home. It was the moment the 20th century officially began, not with a bang, but with a coded message that proved that in the game of world domination, it's always best to check your recipient list before you hit send. Summary of the diplomatic disaster. Party. Action. Result. Germany sent a secret bribe to Mexico. Accidentally invited America to the war. Britain eavesdropped on everyone, looked like heroes while being nosy. Mexico looked at the offer, looked at the U.S. Army, politely declined the suicide mission. USA read the morning paper, started looking for their helmets. And so the stage was set. The Russians were about to discover that their Tsar was a luxury they could no longer afford. The British were preparing to drown in Belgian mud, and the Americans were dusting off their rifles. 1917 was the year the world realized that history isn't written by the victors. It's written by the people who managed not to get caught in the reply-all chain. Chapter 2. Safe for Democracy. The Schoolmaster Goes to War. If the Zimmermann telegram was the loud, obnoxious alarm clock that finally woke the United States from its isolationist nap, then Woodrow Wilson was the man who spent the next 20 minutes hitting the snooze button and grumbling about the light. Woodrow Wilson did not want to go to war. Going to war was messy, loud, and required dealing with people who didn't have PhDs. Wilson was a man of the mind, a creature of the classroom who believed that if you just explained things clearly enough and used enough three-syllable words, the rest of the world would eventually see reason and stop bayoneting each other. He had spent 3 years maintaining a policy of neutrality, which is the diplomatic equivalent of sitting in the middle of a bar fight and trying to read a book on ethics. People are swinging chairs, the mirror is shattered, the bartender is hiding under the sink, and there sits Woodrow, polishing his spectacles and wondering why everyone can't just agree to a peaceful arbitration over a nice cup of chamomile tea. The man who was too proud to fight. Wilson's most famous, and perhaps most regrettable, early stance was summed up in the phrase, "too proud to fight." This is a magnificent sentiment if you are a pacifist monk or a very high-ranking giraffe, but it's a difficult sell to a nation that has just been told Germany wants to give Arizona back to Mexico. To the average citizen, "too proud to fight" sounded suspiciously like too scared to get out of the car. But Wilson wasn't scared. He was just convinced he was the only adult in the room. He viewed the European powers as a collection of squabbling toddlers who had lost their marbles, literally and figuratively. He believed that if America stayed out of the muck, she could eventually act as the great mediator, descending from the clouds at the end of the conflict like a secular god to hand out participation trophies and redraw the maps with a very straight ruler. The problem, of course, was that the muck was beginning to wash up on American shores. Between the sinking of the Lusitania and the German decision to engage in unrestricted submarine warfare, which is a fancy way of saying they would sink anything that looked like it might be carrying a sandwich to England, Wilson's high-minded ivory tower was starting to feel a bit shaky. The speech that changed the world. By April 2nd, 1917, the schoolmaster finally stood up, adjusted his tie, and walked over to the Capitol. He wasn't going to tell Congress that we were going to war because we were angry, or because our ships were being sunk, or because the Germans were being particularly rude. No, Woodrow Wilson was going to war for an idea. He stood before a joint session of Congress and delivered a speech that would define American foreign policy for the next century. He told the world that the United States had no selfish ends to serve. We didn't want land. We didn't want money. We didn't even want the Germans to apologize for the mustache twirling. We were going to war, Wilson declared, because the world must be made safe for democracy. It was a beautiful line. It was poetic. It was the kind of sentence that makes you want to stand up and salute a bald eagle. It also happened to be the most ambitious mission statement in the history of human conflict. Making the world safe for democracy is a bit like trying to make the ocean safe for kittens. It's a noble goal, but you're going to spend a lot of time getting wet and scratched. Wilson's logic was that the German people weren't the problem. It was their autocratic government. He believed that if you just removed the Kaiser and gave everyone a ballot box, the world would suddenly transform into a giant, peaceful town hall meeting. It was a classic academic's mistake, assuming that Everyone else in the world shares your love for committees and Robert's Rules of Order. The Great American Pivot. The shift in the American psyche was instantaneous and jarring. One day, we were a nation of peaceful farmers, factory workers, and jazz enthusiasts who wanted nothing to do with the old world and its ancient grudges. The next day, we were a crusading force for global righteousness. The propaganda machines cranked into high gear. Uncle Sam, who had previously been a rather grumpy figure reminding you to pay your taxes, suddenly became a stern recruiter, pointing a finger directly at your chest. Posters appeared everywhere depicting the Hun as a giant drooling ape carrying a club, while Columbia, the female personification of America, stood draped in a flag, looking like she was ready to lead a very intense aerobics class. For Wilson, the declaration of war was a personal tragedy wrapped in a political triumph. He reportedly went back to the White House and wept, telling his secretary, "My message today was a message of death for our young men. How strange it seems to applaud that." It was a rare moment of stark realism for a man who spent most of his life in the stratosphere of idealism. He knew that while he was talking about democracy and the rights of mankind, the actual work was going to be done by 19-year-olds from Ohio who had never seen a trench in their lives. Socks versus sovereignty. While Wilson was in Washington crafting his vision of a New World Order, the boys were starting to look at the map of Europe with a mixture of curiosity and dread. They heard the speeches about the war to end all wars, and they appreciated the sentiment. It's always nice to be told you're part of a grand historical crusade. However, as any soldier will tell you, the loftier the rhetoric, the more you should worry about the quality of your equipment. While the politicians were debating the future of the Polish corridor and the sovereignty of the Balkan states, the men preparing to head over there were primarily concerned with more immediate matters. Will the food be edible? Will the French understand my accent? And most importantly, will I have a dry pair of socks? History is often written as a series of grand speeches and monumental decisions, but it is lived as a series of small, uncomfortable inconveniences. Wilson gave them the Safe for Democracy speech, but what they really needed was a Safe for Feet initiative. The American entry into the war changed the gravity of the entire conflict. The Allies were exhausted. They had been bleeding for 3 years in a stalemate that resembled a long-distance wrestling match, where no one can remember who started the fight. Suddenly, a fresh, enthusiastic, and slightly confused giant was stepping into the ring. The United States brought with it an industrial might that the world had never seen, and a sense of can-do optimism that must have been incredibly annoying to the weary British and French soldiers who had been living in holes for 36 months. The Schoolmaster's Burden. As 1917 progressed, Wilson found himself in the strange position of a pacifist war leader. He had to balance his desire for a peace without victory with the reality that in order to get to the peace table, you first have to make sure the other guy can't hit you anymore. He had successfully pivoted the nation. The too proud to fight era was over, replaced by the Lafayette we are here era. America was no longer a spectator in the 20th century. It was now the lead actor, whether it was ready for the role or not. The facade of the 19th century had finally crumbled away, revealing a world of steel, soy, and standardized testing. Wilson had promised to save the world. Now, all he had to do was figure out how to transport 2 million men across an ocean full of German submarines without getting everyone's socks wet. It was a tall order, even for a man with a Ph.D. Next up, the Selective Service Act. Because, as it turns out, telling people they're safe for democracy is a lot easier than convincing them to volunteer for a government-mandated vacation in a French ditch. We're moving from the lofty halls of Congress to the very long lines at the draft office. Chapter 3. The Selective Service Act. The Invitational Draft. By the spring of 1917, the United States found itself in a bit of a pickle. Woodrow Wilson had given his grand speech. The flags were being waved with patriotic fervor, and the national ego was inflated to the size of a parade zeppelin. There was just one minor, nagging detail that everyone had overlooked in the excitement of making the world safe for democracy. We didn't actually have an army. At the moment war was declared, the United States regular army consisted of about 127,000 men. To put that in perspective, that's roughly the number of people who show up for a particularly heated college football rivalry, and about half as many people as were currently employed in the burgeoning industry of manufacturing hats for cats. We had a great power personality trapped in a boutique militia body. Compared to the millions of men the Germans, French, and British had been throwing at each other for 3 years, the American military was essentially a very well-dressed book club. Wilson and his Secretary of War, Newton Baker, realized that if they wanted to do more than just send a very sternly worded telegram to the Kaiser, they were going to need several million more warm bodies, and they were going to need them yesterday. The marketing of misery. The problem was that Americans had a historical allergy to the word draft. The last time the government had tried to force people into the military was during the Civil War, and the result was a series of riots so violent that the Army had to be called in to draft the people who were protesting the draft. It was a logistical paradox that no one wanted to repeat. So, being a man of academia and refined language, Wilson decided that what the draft needed wasn't more soldiers. It needed a better publicist. They decided to call it the Selective Service Act. Selective service is a masterpiece of linguistic gymnastics. It doesn't sound like you're being dragged out of your bed to go sleep in a hole in France. It sounds like a premium concierge service at a high-end hotel. It implies that the government has looked through a vast catalog of humanity, spotted your unique and glittering talents, and selected you for an exclusive, all-expenses-paid trip to the Western Front. It's the difference between being evicted and being offered the opportunity to explore new housing markets. To make it even more palatable, they decided to frame the whole thing as a National Day of Registration. On June 5, 1917, 10 million young men were asked to show up at their local polling places and sign a card. It wasn't a military induction, they promised. It was just a festival of duty. It was like being asked to sign a guest book at a party. Only the party featured machine guns and very little catering. The Great Lottery, or the world's worst bingo night. Once the 10 million names were collected, the government had to decide who went first. To ensure fairness and to prevent the wealthy from buying their way out, which had been the fashion during the Civil War, they turned the whole thing into a giant televised, photographed lottery. On July 20th, 1917, in the Senate Office Building in Washington, D.C., a giant glass bowl was filled with 10,500 black gelatin capsules, each containing a number. A blindfolded Secretary Baker reached into the jar like a man trying to find the last jelly bean in a very dangerous candy shop and pulled out number 258. Across the country, thousands of young men who held number 258 suddenly realized that their summer plans had just been drastically altered. It was the ultimate unlucky dip. If your number was called, you didn't win a toaster or a new car. You won a pair of wool puttees and a one-way ticket to a place called the Marne. It was the birth of the Draft Board, a group of local luminaries who sat in judgment of their neighbors, deciding whose son was essential to the local hardware store and whose son was expendable for the cause of global liberty. The art of the excuse. As soon as the lottery began, the American genius for creative writing reached its historical zenith. Suddenly, every young man in the country discovered he had a mysterious limp, a sudden onset of weak nerves, or a family of 12 dependent orphans who would surely perish if he were to leave for more than 20 minutes. The conscientious objector became a popular career choice. To be a CO, you had to prove that your religious beliefs forbade you from violence. This led to a sudden and dramatic surge in the membership of the Quaker and Mennonite churches. Men who hadn't stepped foot in a house of worship since their baptism were suddenly seen quoting obscure scripture and refusing to swat flies. Then there were the essential occupations. If you were a farmer, you were staying home to feed the world. If you were a shipbuilder, you were staying home to build the bridge of ships. This led to the fascinating phenomenon of the urban blacksmith. Men who had never seen a horse in person were suddenly claiming that their knowledge of anvil maintenance was the only thing standing between the United States and total collapse. However, for the most part, the American public took it on the chin. Unlike the Europeans, who had been marinating in war for 3 years, the Americans were still fueled by a naive, almost irritating optimism. They boarded trains and buses, waving to their sweethearts and promising to be home by Christmas. It was a charming sentiment, though it failed to account for the fact that the Europeans had been saying the exact same thing since 1914. Training with broomsticks. Once the Selective Service had gathered its winners, the government realized they had a second, slightly more embarrassing problem. They didn't have any equipment. You can't fight a modern war with enthusiastic slogans and a can-do attitude alone. You need rifles, boots, uniforms, and something to eat other than patriotic fervor. The new recruits were sent to cantonments, massive, hastily built wooden cities that sprang up overnight across the American countryside. These places were often half-finished, freezing in the winter, and smelled like a combination of fresh sawdust and unwashed, damp wool. Because the American industrial machine was still warming up, there was a severe shortage of actual weapons. New soldiers spent their first weeks of modern warfare training by marching around with broomsticks and shouting "bang" at imaginary enemies. It is a testament to the American spirit that 10,000 men could charge a hill with kitchen utensils and still feel like they were saving civilization. They trained in the French style, which mostly involved learning how to live in a hole without losing your mind. They practiced bayonet drills on bags of hay, which is great practice if the German army ever decides to replace their soldiers with scarecrows. They learned how to wear gas masks, which made everyone look like a terrified insect and ensured that no one could hear a single command given by the drill sergeant. The arrival of the doughboy. It was during this period that the American soldier earned his immortal nickname, the doughboy. The origins of the term are shrouded in historical mystery and several competing theories involving dusty roads, pipe clay, and a specific type of fried dumpling. Personally, I like to think it's because the recruits were soft when they went into the oven of training and came out crusty. Or perhaps it was just because they spent so much time covered in the flour-like dust of the training camps. By the end of 1917, the United States had transformed from a country with a polite suggestion of an army into a nation with a massive, growing, and increasingly annoyed military force. The invitational draft had worked. The schoolmaster had found his pupils, and they were currently being taught that the 20th century didn't care about their GPA or their family's blacksmithing business. The Americans were coming. They were loud. They were untrained. They were armed with broomsticks and a sense of destiny, and they were about to find out that making the world safe for democracy involved a lot more mud than the posters had led them to believe. Next up, Chapter 4, Jeannette Rankin. While 10 million men were signing their names to the draft, one woman in Washington was preparing to say no to the whole thing. We'll look at the lady from Montana who proved that sometimes the loudest voice in the room is the one that refuses to cheer for the parade. Chapter 4, Jeannette Rankin, the First Lady of Congress. While 10 million American men were busy looking at their draft numbers and wondering if their childhood asthma was suddenly making a dramatic, convenient comeback, a revolution was taking place in Washington, D.C. that didn't involve a single rifle or a grain of gunpowder. In fact, it involved something far more terrifying to the established order of the day. A woman in a room full of men, equipped with a vote and a conscience. Enter Jeannette Rankin. Jeannette was from Montana, a state that in 1917 was still largely comprised of mountains, grizzly bears, and people who viewed civilization as a suspicious suggestion from the East Coast. Montana had granted women the right to vote in 1914, proving that the frontier was significantly more progressive than the hallowed halls of the Ivy League. While the men in New York and Massachusetts were still debating whether a woman's brain would physically melt if she looked at a ballot, the people of Montana decided to send one directly to Congress. The elephant in the room. When Jeannette Rankin arrived at the House of Representatives, she was the only woman in a body of 435 members. To say she stood out is an understatement. It was like a swan landing in a pond full of very confused, very old, and very damp bulldogs. The press treated her arrival like a sighting of a rare migratory bird. They commented on her hats, her smile, and her womanly temperament, as if they expected her to suddenly stop the legislative process to ask where the nearest knitting circle was held. But Jeannette wasn't there to knit. She was a suffragist, a social worker, and a woman who believed that if the world was going to be made safe for democracy, it might be a good idea to start by letting the other half of the population participate in it. The timing of her arrival, however, was what historians like to call awkward. She took her seat on April 2, 1917, the exact same day that Woodrow Wilson arrived to ask for a declaration of war. Most people's first day at a new job involves finding the coffee machine and figuring out how the stapler works. Jeannette's first day involved deciding whether or not to send an entire generation of young men into a meat grinder. The vote that heard round the world. The debate over the war declaration lasted 4 days. It was a period of intense, sweltering pressure. The country was whipped into a frenzy of patriotic correctness. To vote against the war was seen as more than just a political disagreement. It was viewed as a betrayal of the flag, the eagle, and probably apple pie itself. For the suffragist movement, Jeannette was in a precarious position. Many of her colleagues in the fight for women's rights begged her to vote yes. They feared that if the first woman in Congress voted against the war, it would prove the critics right, that women were too soft for the harsh realities of geopolitics, or that they lacked the stomach for the necessary violence of statecraft. They wanted her to be a team player, so that women could finally get the federal vote as a reward for their loyalty. But Jeannette Rankin had a funny habit of actually meaning what she said. She was a pacifist. She believed that war was a failure of the human imagination, a primitive relic that had no place in a century that had invented the light bulb and the automobile. On the night of April 6th, the roll call began. When it was Rankin's turn, she didn't just say no. She stood up, her voice reportedly trembling, but her spine made of Montana granite, and said, "I want to stand by my country, but I cannot vote for war." The room went silent. Then it went loud, very loud. The soft argument. The backlash was immediate and predictable. The newspapers called her the weeping woman of Congress. They claimed she had fainted, she hadn't, and that she was emotionally unfit for the job. The general consensus among the men in the room was that Jeannette had let down her gender. They argued that by choosing peace, she had proven that women were too sentimental to handle the big questions. It's an interesting piece of logic, isn't it? The men who had spent the last 3 years presiding over a global conflict that had killed millions and turned Europe into a cemetery were the rational ones, while the woman who suggested that maybe we shouldn't join in was unstable. It was the ultimate historical gaslighting. Jeannette, however, remained unfazed. She famously remarked, "I felt the first time the first woman had a chance to say no to war, she should say it." She realized that her role wasn't to be one of the boys. It was to be the voice that the boys had spent centuries trying to drown out. The Montana maverick. Despite the national outcry, Rankin didn't slink away. She spent her term fighting for the things she actually cared about: women's rights, child labor laws, and better working conditions. She was a pioneer in the idea that a government's job was to take care of its people, rather than just organizing them into neat rows for the next military parade. She eventually lost her seat. Wartime voters are notoriously unforgiving of pacifists, but she didn't disappear. She would return to Congress decades later, only to be the only person to vote against entering World War II after Pearl Harbor. She was consistent, if nothing else. She was a woman who would look a hurricane in the eye and tell it that it was being unnecessarily disruptive. In 1917, Jeannette Rankin represented a fork in the road. While the rest of the country was following Woodrow Wilson into the steel and soy future of industrialized slaughter, she was a reminder that democracy isn't just about winning. It's about the right to dissent. The conscience of the house. Jeannette's presence in the house changed the atmosphere, even if the men didn't want to admit it. For the first time, the schoolmaster had a peer who wasn't afraid to challenge the curriculum. She proved that you could love your country without loving its capacity for destruction. She also paved the way for the 19th Amendment. It's hard to argue that women aren't capable of voting when one of them is already sitting in the room, making more sense than half the guys in the back row who are currently nursing hangovers and daydreaming about their next campaign contribution. As the boys in the training camps were learning how to march, Jeannette Rankin was showing the country a different kind of courage. It's easy to march when everyone else is marching with you. It's much harder to stand still when the rest of the world is running toward a cliff. So, while Chapter 1, 2, and 3 were about the machinery of war, the telegrams, the speeches, and the drafts, Chapter 4 is about the human heart. It's about the lady from Montana who looked at the 20th century, saw it dropping its gilded facade for a steel one, and decided that she preferred the original blueprint. Next up, Section 2, the Russian redecoration. We're leaving the halls of Washington and heading to the snow-covered streets of Petrograd. The Tsar's about to find out that divine right is no match for a hungry population with a newfound interest in interior design. Specifically, the kind of design that involves removing the current occupants of the palace. Chapter 4. Jeannette Rankin, the First Lady of Congress. While the rest of the American male population was busy staring at their draft cards and suddenly discovering that their flat feet or mild hay fever was a debilitating, life-altering condition, a different kind of history was being made in Washington, D.C. It was a history that didn't involve trenches, bayonets, or the sudden urgent need to learn how to speak French. It involved a single desk in the House of Representatives and a woman named Jeannette Rankin. To understand the sheer seismic shock of Jeannette Rankin's arrival in Congress, you have to remember that in 1917, the United States Capitol was essentially a very large, very marble-clad cigar lounge. It was a place where men with impressive waistcoats and even more impressive mustaches gathered to discuss the fate of nations, while occasionally spitting into brass urns. The idea of a woman in this environment was, to many of the incumbents, roughly equivalent to the idea of a cat being appointed to the board of directors of a tuna cannery. It was seen as unnatural, slightly confusing, and potentially a sign of the literal apocalypse. The Montana Miracle. Jeannette Rankin didn't come from the refined, civilized salons of New York or the academic corridors of Massachusetts. She came from Montana. In 1917, Montana was a place where the mountains were big, the winters were long, and the women had been voting since 1914. While the enlightened men of the East Coast were still writing long, boring pamphlets about why women shouldn't vote because their brains were too small to understand the gold standard, the people of Montana had looked at the situation and decided that if a woman could survive a frontier winter and manage a ranch, she could probably handle a ballot. When Montana sent Rankin to Washington, she wasn't just a representative. She was a pioneer in a silk hat. She arrived at the Capitol like a creature from a future century, that had accidentally tripped and fallen into a Victorian stage play. The press, showing the absolute peak of their intellectual capability, spent the first several weeks obsessing over what she wore, how she styled her hair, and whether or not she looked like she might burst into tears at any moment. They treated her like a rare migratory bird that had lost its way and ended up in a room full of grumpy, damp bulldogs. Day 1. The Ultimate Job Review. Most people's first day at a new job involves a tour of the building, a brief explanation of how the coffee machine works, and a polite introduction to a person named Barb in accounting. Jeannette Rankin's first day was April 2nd, 1917. This also happened to be the day that Woodrow Wilson, a man who looked like he had been born wearing a stiff collar and a frown, walked into the Capitol to ask for a declaration of war. Talk about a trial by fire. Jeannette hadn't even found the ladies' room yet, which, by the way, didn't exist in the house wing because the architects hadn't anticipated a woman ever needing one. And she was already being asked to vote on the most significant military intervention in the history of the Republic. It was the geopolitical equivalent of starting your first day at a fast food joint and immediately being asked to fix the global supply chain. The pressure on her was immense, and it didn't just come from the men in the room. The leaders of the suffragist movement were terrified. They saw Jeannette as their test case. Many of them cornered her and begged her to vote for the war. Their logic was that if women wanted to be seen as full citizens, they had to prove they were tough enough to make the hard, bloody decisions of statecraft. They wanted her to be a team player so that the men would finally grant women the federal right to vote as a reward for their loyalty. The vote that broke the room. The debate over the war lasted 4 days. The air in Washington was thick with the scent of patriotism and coal smoke. Outside, people were singing the Star-Spangled Banner and looking for anyone who spoke German so they could yell at them. Inside, the rhetoric was soaring. Men were standing up and giving speeches about national honor and the destiny of the Anglo-Saxon race, which is usually what men talk about when they aren't the ones who will actually have to dodge the bullets. When the roll call finally reached the letter R on the night of April 6th, the House went silent. It was one of those rare moments in history where you can actually hear the clock ticking. The clerk called her name. Jeannette remained in her seat. He called her name a second time. Silence. She was breaking a cardinal rule of the House. You were supposed to vote, not sit there and contemplate the existential dread of the universe. Finally, on the third call, Jeannette Rankin stood up. Her voice wasn't a roar. It was a quiet, steady thing that carried the weight of 1,000 frontier winters. She said, "I want to stand by my country, but I cannot vote for war. I vote no." The Weeping Woman narrative. The reaction was a masterclass in 1917-era sexism. Because she had hesitated, and because her voice had shaken, the newspapers immediately reported that she had fainted, sobbed, and collapsed into her seat in a fit of womanly hysteria. One reporter wrote that she had lost her nerve, implying that the 373 men who had voted yes were all cold-blooded pillars of logic who didn't have a single emotion between them. The truth, of course, was that Jeannette hadn't fainted. She had simply done something that most of the men in the room were incapable of doing. She had acted according to her conscience rather than the political wind. To the old guard, a woman with a conscience was much more dangerous than a woman with a vote. If you have a vote, you can be bargained with. If you have a conscience, you're a lost cause to the political machine. The fallout was brutal. Her own brother, who was also her campaign manager, told her that her vote had destroyed her political career and set the suffrage movement back 50 years. The newspapers in Montana turned on her like a pack of wolves that had just discovered their leader was a vegetarian. The irony of the soft argument. The great irony of the Rankin is too soft argument is that while she was being mocked for her pacifism, the hard-headed men of Europe were currently presiding over a war that had become a literal meat grinder. The rational male leaders of the world had spent 3 years turning the most civilized continent on earth into a landscape of mud, barbed wire, and poison gas. They were the ones who had lost their nerve by being unable to find any solution to their problems other than mass slaughter. Jeannette Rankin wasn't being soft. She was being the only rational person in a room full of people who were about to set the world on fire. She famously remarked that the first time the first woman had a chance to say no to war, she should say it. She realized that her role wasn't to be one of the boys. If women were just going to do exactly what men did, there was no point in them being there at all. She was there to bring a different perspective, one that valued the lives of the boys more than the pride of the schoolmasters. A legacy of saying no. Rankin lost her seat in the next election as predicted. But history has a funny way of circling back to the people it once mocked. She spent the next 20 years working for peace and social justice, and in 1940, she was elected back to Congress. By then, the world was on the brink of World War II. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, the House once again voted on a declaration of war. Out of all the members of Congress, only one person voted no. It was Jeannette Rankin. By that point, she didn't care about being one of the boys. She was the grandmother of American descent. She proved that you can love your country without loving its wars, and that sometimes the most patriotic thing you can do is refuse to join the parade. In 1917, she was the First Lady of Congress, a title that sounded like a polite compliment, but was actually a revolutionary statement. She showed that the steel and soy aesthetic of the 20th century didn't have to be entirely heartless. You could have the steel of conviction and still keep the human heart. She paved the way for the 19th Amendment, not by being tough in the way men wanted, but by being immovable in the way the world needed. She was the reminder that while Woodrow Wilson was making the world safe for democracy, Jeannette Rankin was trying to make democracy safe for humanity. Next up, Section 2, the Russian Redecoration. We've seen the safe for democracy side of the world. Now it's time to head east, where the concept of democracy is being interpreted in a much more explosive fashion. The Tsar is about to find out that when you spend 300 years ignoring your subjects, they eventually stop asking for bread and start asking for your palace. Chapter 5. The February Revolution. The Tsar's Permanent Vacation. While the United States was busy debating the finer points of selective service and whether a woman's brain would explode if she cast a vote in Congress, Russia was engaged in a much more traditional pastime, the complete and utter collapse of a 300-year-old monarchy. To understand the Russian Revolution of 1917, you first have to understand that Russia is not so much a country as it is a very large, very cold existential crisis with a flag. By 1917, that crisis had reached a boiling point, which is ironic considering that most of the country was currently frozen solid. The Russians had been fighting the Great War for 3 years, and they were doing so with the kind of logistical efficiency you might expect if you put a group of caffeinated squirrels in charge of a railroad. The divine right of doing nothing. At the top of this crumbling heap sat Tsar Nicholas II. Now, Nicholas was a man who had been told since birth that he was chosen by God to rule over 1/6 of the earth's land surface. This is a very dangerous thing to tell a man who, by all historical accounts, would have been much happier spending his days organizing his stamp collection or taking long walks in the woods while wearing an exceptionally well-tailored uniform. Nicholas believed in the divine right of kings with a sincerity that was frankly touching if it hadn't been so catastrophic. He viewed himself as the father of the people, which is a lovely sentiment until your children start starving to death and asking for a representative government, at which point the father usually responds by calling in the Cossacks. Nicholas wasn't a villain in the mustache-twirling, I shall destroy the world sense. He was something much worse for a head of state. He was spectacularly, breathtakingly mediocre. He was a man who couldn't lead a parade through a confetti factory without getting lost. His solution to every crisis was to pray, consult his wife, Alexandra, who was under the distinct impression that a bearded mystic named Rasputin was the only person who could save the empire, and then do absolutely nothing until the situation became 10 times worse. The calendar conundrum. Before we get into the meat of the revolution, we have to address the February problem. You see, in 1917, Russia was still using the Julian calendar, which was 13 days behind the Gregorian calendar used by the rest of the world. This meant that the February Revolution actually took place in March. It is the most Russian thing imaginable to start a world-changing revolution and then realize you're nearly 2 weeks late for the party. It's like showing up to a New Year's Eve celebration on January 13th with a lukewarm bottle of cider and wondering why everyone is already back at work. This chronological lag was a perfect metaphor for the Romanov dynasty. They weren't just behind the times, they were living in a completely different century. The bread riot that ate an empire. The revolution didn't start with a grand manifesto or a secret cabal of geniuses. It started because the women of Petrograd were tired of standing in line for bread that didn't exist in temperatures that could turn a human being into a decorative ice sculpture. On March 8, 1917, which was February 23rd in Russia, keep up, thousands of women took to the streets to celebrate International Women's Day. However, instead of asking for flowers or better labor laws, they began shouting for bread. Within hours, the cry had shifted to "Down with the Tsar." It turns out that when people are hungry enough, they stop caring about divine right and start caring about divine rice or any other carbohydrate they can get their hands on. By the next day, the streets were filled with hundreds of thousands of protesters. In any other year, the Tsar would have ordered the army to fire into the crowd. The crowd would have dispersed, and everyone would have gone back to being miserable in silence. But 1917 was different. 1917 was the year the gilded facade finally cracked. The oops moment for the monarchy. The crucial turning point happened when the soldiers of the Petrograd garrison were ordered to clear the streets. These soldiers were not the elite guards of the Tsar's youth. They were mostly disgruntled peasants who had been drafted into the army, given a rifle that may or may not work, and told to defend a system that treated them like sentient dirt. Instead of shooting the protesters, the soldiers looked at the hungry women and children, looked at their own empty stomachs, and said, "Actually, we're with them." This is the moment every dictator fears. When the people you pay to protect you realize they'd rather have a sandwich with the people you're telling them to shoot. The army didn't just refuse to fire, they joined the revolution. They handed out rifles to the workers, opened the prisons, and started arresting their own officers. Within a week, the capital of the Russian Empire had become a giant snowy block party where the guest of honor was chaos. The train to nowhere. While his empire was being liquidated in Petrograd, Tsar Nicholas was at the military headquarters at Mogilev, several hundred miles away. When he finally realized that his capital was on fire and his soldiers were currently playing poker with the revolutionaries, he decided to do what any brave leader would do. He hopped on a train to go back and fix things. Unfortunately for Nicholas, the railroad workers were also on strike. They diverted his train to a siding in a place called Pskov, which is a bit like trying to save your burning house but getting stuck at a Dairy Queen in the next county because the bus driver joined a commune. It was there, in a cramped railway car surrounded by generals who looked like they'd rather be anywhere else on earth, that Nicholas II was handed a telegram from the Duma, the Russian parliament. The telegram essentially said, "Dear Nick, nobody likes you anymore. Please quit." On March 15, 1917, Nicholas signed his abdication papers with the casual air of a man resigning from a bowling league. He didn't even put up a fight. He wrote in his diary that night, "All around me is treachery, cowardice, and deceit." He seemed less upset about losing an empire and more annoyed that he was going to miss his afternoon tea. The Romanov dynasty, a family that had ruled Russia for 304 years, survived Napoleon, and built the Kremlin, was officially unemployed. The provisional government, or the "we're working on it" phase. With the Tsar out of the way, Russia entered a period of dual power. On one side, you had the provisional government, a group of well-meaning liberals and lawyers who wanted to turn Russia into a sensible democracy with a constitution and maybe some nice parks. They were led by men like Alexander Kerensky, a man who possessed a magnificent voice and a very dramatic way of wearing a cape. On the other side, you had the Petrograd Soviet, a council of workers and soldiers who actually controlled the factories and the guns. The Soviet didn't care about constitutions. They cared about peace, land, and bread. The provisional government's first big mistake was deciding to stay in the war. They figured that if they could just win one big battle, the Allies would give them a lot of money and everyone would forget they were starving. This is like trying to pay off your gambling debts by going back to the casino and betting your house on 22 black. It was a spectacular miscalculation. The Russian people didn't want victory. They wanted to go home and stop being shot at by Germans. While the provisional government was busy writing fancy memos and debating the finer points of parliamentary procedure, the Red Dawn was beginning to peek over the horizon. The vacuum of power. The February Revolution was the polite part of the Russian collapse. It was the moment the old world died, but the new world hadn't quite figured out how to use the microwave yet. The Tsar was gone. The palace was being redecorated by people who had never owned a rug, and the entire country was holding its breath. The 300-year-old enterprise was liquidated, the divine right was canceled, and Russia was officially under new management. Even if the new managers couldn't agree on where the keys to the office were kept, as the snow melted in Petrograd, a small balding man with a very sharp goatee was currently sitting in Switzerland, looking at a map and wondering if the German government might be interested in giving him a lift to the border. The 20th century was about to get its first real fever, and it was going to be a lot more infectious than anyone realized. Next up, Chapter 6, The Sealed Train. Germany decides that the best way to win the war is to engage in a bit of biological warfare. But instead of a virus, they're going to ship a revolutionary. We're going to follow Vladimir Lenin as he makes the world's most awkward commute across Europe. Chapter 6, The Sealed Train. The German Virus. While the Russian provisional government was busy trying to figure out how to run a country without a Tsar, and Woodrow Wilson was busy trying to figure out how to run a war without getting his boots dirty, the German High Command was busy dreaming up the world's most dangerous science experiment. By the spring of 1917, Germany was beginning to feel like a man who had invited all his neighbors over for a friendly game of cards, only to realize half an hour later that everyone had brought a baseball bat and a grudge. They were fighting a war on two fronts. Their turnip winter had left the population feeling significantly more turnip than winter, and they desperately needed a way to knock Russia out of the fight. General Erich Ludendorff, a man whose face looked like it had been carved out of a particularly sour potato, had a brainwave. He realized that the best way to destroy an empire wasn't necessarily with more artillery shells, but with an idea. Specifically, an idea that was so infectious, so disruptive, and so contrary to the existing order that it would dissolve the Russian war effort from the inside out. He decided to engage in biological warfare, but instead of a bacteria or a fungus, he was going to ship a revolutionary. The exile in Zurich. The pathogen in question was a man named Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, though the world would come to know him by his stage name, Lenin. In 1917, Lenin was living in Zurich, Switzerland. He was a balding, intense, and spectacularly grumpy man who spent his days in smoky cafes, drinking coffee, and writing incredibly long books about why everyone else's version of socialism was wrong. To Lenin, a compromise was a sign of mental weakness, and patience was something that happened to other people. He was a professional revolutionary who had been waiting for a revolution for 20 years, only to have the February Revolution happen while he was busy arguing about the definition of imperialism with a guy at a neighboring table. When the news of the Tsar's abdication reached Switzerland, Lenin was frantic. He needed to get back to Russia to take charge before the well-meaning liberals of the provisional government accidentally turned the country into a boring, functional democracy. The problem was that between Switzerland and Russia lay a very large, very hostile Germany. For a Russian revolutionary to travel through Germany in 1917 was about as safe as a steak traveling through a kennel. However, Lenin's interests and Ludendorff's interests had suddenly, hilariously, aligned. Germany wanted Russia to collapse into chaos. Lenin wanted to be the man who organized that chaos. It was a match made in a very dark, very cynical heaven. The sealed train, a geopolitical leftover container. The Germans agreed to provide Lenin and about 30 of his fellow Bolsheviks with a private train car to take them across Germany, through Sweden and Finland, and into the heart of Petrograd. But there was a catch. The Germans were terrified that Lenin's ideas might leak out of the train and infect the German workers along the way. They didn't want the revolutionary spirit to rub off on the locals. So they designated the train as a sealed vessel. Now, when you hear sealed train, you might imagine something vacuum-packed like a piece of supermarket ham. In reality, it was much more low-tech. The seal consisted of 3 out of the 4 doors on the train car being locked. The 4th door was left open for a couple of German guards to sit near, and a chalk line was drawn on the floor of the corridor. On one side of the chalk line was Russia, the compartment where the Bolsheviks sat, argued, and presumably plotted the downfall of global capitalism. On the other side was Germany, the small area where the 2 German guards sat, presumably wondering how their military careers had led them to babysitting a group of loud-mouthed intellectuals in a wooden box. Crossing the chalk line was strictly forbidden. It was the world's most awkward game of the floor is lava, played for the highest possible stakes. The bathroom tickets and other tensions. If you have ever been on a long road trip with 30 people who all think they are the smartest person in the room, you can begin to imagine the atmosphere on the sealed train. Lenin, being a man who treated spontaneity like a personal insult, immediately instituted a series of strict rules for the journey. One of the major points of contention was the bathroom. There was only one on the train car, and it was being shared by 30 revolutionaries and their occasional tobacco habits. To prevent anarchy, Lenin issued bathroom tickets. He divided the group into categories based on whether they were going for urgent business or just for a smoke. Imagine being a world-class revolutionary, prepared to overthrow a 300-year-old dynasty and reshape the future of the human race, but having to wait in line because a guy named Grigory is taking too long with his second category tobacco ticket. It's a miracle the Soviet Union didn't collapse before it even reached the border. The German guards, meanwhile, were reportedly bored out of their minds. They had been told they were transporting a deadly virus, but all they saw was a group of middle-aged people arguing about agrarian reform and complaining about the lack of fresh milk. Little did they know that the potato-faced Ludendorff was right. The ideas being discussed over those bathroom tickets were more dangerous than any gas cloud or U-boat torpedo. Arrival at Finland Station. After a week of traveling through Germany, Sweden, and Finland, a journey that involved a lot of sleds, steamships, and even more arguments, the train finally pulled into the Finland station in Petrograd on the night of April 16, 1917. The provisional government, in a display of breathtaking naivety, had organized a welcoming committee. They expected Lenin to be grateful for the chance to return home. They thought he would give a polite speech, shake some hands, and join the big tent of Russian democracy. They were wrong. Lenin stepped off the train, ignored the bouquets of flowers, and climbed onto the roof of an armored car. Instead of saying, "Thank you," he essentially said, "You're all fired." He delivered what would become known as the April Theses, a 10-point plan that could be summarized as give the Bolsheviks everything, stop the war immediately, and by the way, the people in charge right now are idiots. The crowd, which was mostly made up of hungry workers and exhausted soldiers, loved it. The German virus had arrived, and it didn't look like it was interested in a cure. The world's most dangerous commute. The sealed train remains one of the greatest what-if moments in history. If the train had derailed, if the Swedish border guards had been more difficult, or if the German guards had accidentally left all the doors unlocked and let the Bolsheviks wander off into a beer hall, the 20th century would have looked remarkably different. But the train didn't derail. The chalk line held, and Lenin arrived in Petrograd with a suitcase full of revolutionary fire and a mind that didn't know the meaning of the word slow. Ludendorff and the German High Command were delighted. They had successfully injected their poison into the Russian body politic. They figured that Russia would now descend into a civil war, pull out of the Great War, and leave Germany free to crush the British and French. It was a brilliant plan, except for one small detail. When you release a virus to kill your enemy, you have to be very, very careful that the wind doesn't change direction. And in 1917, the wind was starting to blow toward Berlin. Next up, Chapter 7, the October Revolution. Lenin decides that democracy is a bit too slow for his taste. The Bolsheviks storm the Winter Palace, and the hammer and sickle become the new national wallpaper. Russia is officially under new management, and the management has a very strict no-dissent policy. Chapter 7, the October Revolution. The Red Sequel. If the February Revolution was a spontaneous, messy, and surprisingly polite outburst of national frustration, sort of like a surprise party where the guest of honor is fired, the October Revolution was something else entirely. It was the gritty reboot. It was the moment the 20th century decided that mildly dysfunctional democracy was a bit too subtle for its taste, and decided to go for a full-blown, high-octane ideological overhaul. The summer of 1917 in Russia had been what historians call a bit of a muddle, and what everyone else calls a total dumpster fire. The provisional government, led by the increasingly frantic and dramatically caped Alexander Kerensky, was trying to do something that is physically impossible. They were trying to be everyone's best friend. They wanted to keep the British and French happy by staying in the war. Keep the Russian peasants happy by promising them land, eventually. And keep the Petrograd Soviet happy by pretending to listen to them. It was like trying to ride 3 different horses at the same time, each of which was running toward a different cliff. Kerensky spent most of his time giving magnificent speeches that sounded wonderful but had the caloric density of a soap bubble. He was a man who believed that if you just struck a heroic pose and projected your voice to the back of the theater, the reality of hungry millions and an army in mutiny would simply vanish like a bad review. Lenin's summer vacation, in a wig. While Kerensky was busy posing for portraits, Vladimir Lenin was busy being the world's most intense fugitive. After a failed uprising in July, which the Bolsheviks essentially characterized as a dress rehearsal for the real thing, Lenin had to go into hiding. To avoid being arrested by the provisional government, Lenin fled to the countryside, shaved his iconic goatee, and put on a wig that reportedly made him look less like a world-changing revolutionary and more like a very suspicious librarian from Helsinki. He spent his days sitting in a hut in the woods, writing a book called The State and Revolution, and probably swatting mosquitoes while plotting the end of the global bourgeoisie. It is a wonderful image. The architect of the Soviet Union, the man who would eventually have his face plastered on every wall from Vladivostok to East Berlin, sitting in a haystack in his underwear, wearing a hairpiece and hoping the local cows weren't undercover agents of the secret police. It goes to show that history isn't always made in grand marble halls. Sometimes it's made by a bald man in a wig who is really annoyed by the current administration. The Kornilov Affair, the ultimate backfire. The turning point for the Bolsheviks came not through their own brilliance, but through the spectacular incompetence of their enemies. In August, a general named Lav Kornilov, a man with the brain of a lion and the political instincts of a head of lettuce, decided he was going to save Russia by marching his troops into Petrograd and hanging every socialist he could find. Kerensky, panicked and realizing he had no army to stop the general, did the one thing that would ensure his own eventual downfall. He asked the Bolsheviks for help. He released them from prison, gave them rifles, and asked them to defend the city. The Bolsheviks, being a practical group of people, accepted the rifles, told Kornilov's soldiers that they were being silly, and then kept the rifles for themselves. It was the greatest PR win in history. The Bolsheviks now looked like the only people capable of defending the revolution, while Kerensky looked like a man who had accidentally invited the fox to guard the henhouse, and then handed the fox a key and a cookbook. The storming, or rather the aggressive eviction. By October, which remember was November for the rest of the world, Russia's calendar was still lagging behind like a slow cousin, Lenin decided it was time to strike. He snuck back into Petrograd, put his wig back in the drawer, and told his followers that yesterday was too early, tomorrow is too late. On the night of October 25th, the Bolsheviks began taking over the city. Now, Soviet propaganda films of the 1920s would later depict the storming of the Winter Palace as a grand epic battle with thousands of soldiers charging across a square under a hail of bullets. In reality, it was much more like a very tense real estate dispute. The Winter Palace was being defended by a group of cadets and the Women's Battalion of Death, who were mostly just confused and wondering where the sandwiches were. The Bolsheviks didn't so much storm the palace as they did wander in through the side doors and windows that someone had forgotten to lock. They spent several hours wandering through the endless corridors of the palace, getting lost in the royal ballrooms, and, according to some reports, discovering the Tsar's private wine cellar, which led to a brief but very enthusiastic detour for the revolutionary spirit. Eventually, they found the remaining members of the provisional government sitting around a table in a small dining room, looking like they were waiting for a dinner service that was never going to arrive. The Bolsheviks informed them that they were under arrest, and that was that. The 300-year-old Romanov legacy was gone. The 6-month-old democracy was canceled, and the hammer and sickle were being unpacked from the boxes. New management, the decree on everything. The next morning, Lenin appeared before the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets. He didn't waste time with flowery speeches or heroic poses. He stood up and basically said, "All right, here's how things are going to work now." He issued the Decree on Peace, which told the world that Russia was officially quitting the war and that everyone else should probably stop fighting too. Then he issued the Decree on Land, which told the peasants they could keep the land they had already seized from the landlords. It was a master class in political reply all. He gave the people exactly what they had been shouting for since February, and in return, he took absolute control of the country. Leon Trotsky, Lenin's right-hand man and a man who could talk the hind legs off a donkey in 3 different languages, famously told the opposing socialist parties to go where you belong from now on, into the dustbin of history. It remains one of the greatest insults ever delivered in a parliamentary setting, mostly because the Bolsheviks then proceeded to make sure the dustbin was emptied and burned. Redecorating the empire. The October Revolution was the moment Russia officially redecorated. The gilded facade of the 19th century wasn't just dropped, it was smashed into 1,000,000 pieces and replaced with a proletarian aesthetic that involved a lot of red paint and very little patience for dissent. The Bolsheviks moved the capital from Petrograd back to Moscow, partly because it was harder to invade and partly because they wanted to get away from the ghosts of the Tsars. They changed the name of the country, they changed the way the factories were run, and they even eventually changed the calendar, finally bringing Russia into the same month as the rest of the world. Though by that point, the rest of the world was wondering if it wanted to be in the same century as Russia. It was a red sequel that nobody in the West had expected. The Allies were horrified because they had lost their Eastern Front. The Germans were delighted because they thought they had won. And the Russian people were about to find out that peace, land, and bread was a very catchy slogan. But the fine print involved a civil war, a secret police force called the Cheka, and a 70-year experiment in social engineering that would change the map of the world forever. As 1917 drew to a close, the hammer and sickle had become the national wallpaper. The Tsar was in a cellar in the Urals, Lenin was in the Kremlin, and the 20th century had officially found its most terrifyingly efficient gear. Next up, Section 3, the machinery of modernity. We're leaving the cold, revolutionary fire of Russia for a moment to see how the rest of the world was distracting itself from the apocalypse. We'll look at the first jazz recording where a trumpet, a trombone, and a clarinet decided to give the century the soundtrack it deserved, loud, chaotic, and impossible to ignore. Chapter 8, the first jazz recording. Livery Stable Blues, the soundtrack to the end of the world. While the inhabitants of Europe were busy redecorating their continent with barbed wire, and the Russian Empire was undergoing a rather violent, under new management sale, the United States was experiencing a different kind of explosion. This one didn't involve TNT or the sudden abdication of a monarch. Instead, it involved a trumpet, a trombone, a clarinet, and a profound lack of respect for musical tradition. In February of 1917, as the Zimmermann telegram was making its way across the Atlantic and Woodrow Wilson was polishing his too proud to fight speech, 5 young men from New Orleans stepped into a recording studio in New York City. They called themselves the original Dixieland Jazz Band, and they were about to commit an act of sonic terrorism that would eventually be known as the birth of the jazz age, the death of the polite waltz. To understand why this was such a shock to the system, you have to understand what music sounded like before 1917. For the average civilized ear, music was supposed to be a polite, predictable affair. It was the era of the waltz, the march, and the sentimental ballad, music that stayed within the lines, wore a corset, and never spoke unless spoken to. If you went to a dance, you expected a certain level of decorum. You moved in graceful circles, you kept a respectable distance from your partner, and the orchestra played with the precision of a Swiss watch. Then came the jazz. Yes, it was spelled with 2 S's back then, which led to a fair amount of schoolboy humor and several concerned letters from local temperance unions who suspected the word was a gateway drug to dancing without a permit. The original Dixieland Jazz Band, or ODJB, for those who value their syllables, didn't do polite. They played music that sounded like a building falling down in rhythmic intervals. It was syncopated, it was loud, and it ignored almost every rule of harmony that had been established since the Renaissance. It was the sound of the 20th century finally finding its heartbeat and realizing that the heartbeat was running at about 140 beats per minute after 3 cups of very strong coffee. The Victor Talking Machine Company. The band was invited to record for the Victor Talking Machine Company. In 1917, recording music wasn't the digital streamlined process we know today. There were no microphones, no mixing boards, and certainly no auto-tune to fix the fact that the trombone player had a bit too much enthusiasm and not enough pitch. Recording was an acoustic process. You stood in a room that looked like a very large, very expensive funnel. At the narrow end of the funnel was a needle that etched sound waves directly into a spinning wax disc. To get a balanced sound, the band had to be arranged like a weird piece of performance art. The loud instruments, like the drums and the brass, were shoved into the back of the room so they wouldn't overwhelm the needle, while the clarinet player had to practically stick his instrument into the funnel to be heard at all. The resulting sound was raw, scratchy, and absolutely electric. On February 26th, they recorded 2 tracks, Dixie Jazz Band One-Step and a little ditty called Livery Stable Blues. The Barnyard Symphony. Livery Stable Blues is a fascinating piece of history because it proves that even in the midst of a global apocalypse, human beings still find time to be incredibly silly. The song is famous for its animal imitations. During the breaks in the melody, the instruments stop being musical tools and start being livestock. The clarinet mimics a rooster, the trumpet neighs like a horse, and the trombone produces a sound that can only be described as a cow with a very serious grievance. It was a barnyard symphony. To the critics of 1917, this was the end of civilization. They argued that music was supposed to elevate the soul, not remind you that you forgot to close the gate on the north pasture. One critic described the music as the auditory equivalent of an unmade bed. Another suggested that it sounded like the discordant cries of a group of maniacs who have been given whistles and told to go wild. But the public, the glorious, bored, and increasingly restless public, absolutely loved it. The record sold over 1 million copies, a number that was previously unheard of in an era when most people's home entertainment consisted of a deck of cards and a very slow-burning candle. The jazz controversy. The spelling of the genre was also a matter of great national debate. The word jazz was rumored to have originated in the red light districts of New Orleans, which made it the 1917 equivalent of parental advisory stickers. Legend has it that pranksters would go around scratching the J off the band's posters, leaving a word that was significantly less appropriate for a family-friendly venue. Eventually, the band changed the spelling to jazz, hoping that the zs would look a bit more modern and a bit less anatomical. But the name didn't matter. The sound had escaped the lab. The German virus might have been heading for Russia, but the jazz virus was currently infecting the dance halls of New York, Chicago, and San Francisco. The syncopated revolution. What made jazz so revolutionary was its relationship with time. Standard music lived on the on-beat, the predictable 1, 2, 3, 4 that made marching so easy for people who didn't want to think too hard. Jazz lived on the off-beat. It skipped, it hopped, and it anticipated the rhythm in a way that forced your body to move. It was the perfect soundtrack for 1917. The world was no longer predictable. The old rules were being shredded. Empires were collapsing, women were demanding the vote, and the United States was preparing to send millions of men across an ocean to fight for a schoolmaster's dream. In a world that felt like it was spinning out of control, jazz was the only music that made sense. It was chaotic, yes, but it was a controlled chaos. It was a musical representation of the steel and soy aesthetic, industrial, rhythmic, and entirely unsentimental. The irony of the ODJB. Of course, history is rarely simple. The original Dixieland Jazz Band was made up of 5 white musicians. While they were the ones who made the first recording and became international superstars, the music they were playing had been born in the black communities of New Orleans. Men like King Oliver and a young kid named Louis Armstrong were already playing circles around the ODJB. But because of the racial realities of 1917, they weren't the ones in the Victor recording studio. The ODJB's leader, Nick LaRocca, would later go to his grave claiming that white people invented jazz and that black musicians had nothing to do with it, a claim so spectacularly wrong that it makes Arthur Zimmermann look like a master of nuance. But despite the complicated politics and the dubious claims of the band members, that first recording was the spark. It proved that there was a massive, untapped market for the new sound. The legacy of the 78 RPM. That scratchy 3-minute recording of Livery Stable Blues changed the way the world consumed culture. Before the record, music was a local event. If you wanted to hear a New Orleans band, you had to go to New Orleans. After 1917, you could hear New Orleans in your living room in rural Iowa. The world was shrinking, and it was doing so to the sound of a neighing trumpet. As 1917 progressed, the jazz age began to simmer. It would take a few more years to reach the full-blown boil of the 1920s, but the fuse was lit. The polite waltz was dead. The jazz was here, and the 20th century finally had a rhythm that matched its heartbeat. So, while the generals were looking at maps and the politicians were looking at treaties, the youth of the world were looking for a phonograph. They had discovered that if the world was going to end, you might as well go out with a syncopated beat and a trombone that sounds like a cow. Next up, Chapter 9, The Jones Act. While the world is dancing to jazz, the United States decides to officially invite Puerto Rico into the family. It's a lovely gesture of citizenship, though. As we'll see, the timing was a bit more than a happy coincidence. The new citizens were about to find out that Uncle Sam didn't just want to be their relative. He wanted them to help him pack his bags for France. Chapter 9, The Jones Act. Puerto Rico joins the family, just in time for chores. As the syncopated, chaotic rhythms of the first jazz records were bouncing off the walls of American parlors, and as Woodrow Wilson was busy trying to figure out how to transport a broomstick-wielding army across a submarine-infested ocean, the United States government decided it was time to address a lingering bit of administrative housekeeping. To understand the sheer magnificent pragmatism of the Jones Act of 1917, we must first rewind the clock a couple of decades to 1898. This was the year of the Spanish-American War, a conflict that Secretary of State John Hay famously dubbed a splendid little war. It was the geopolitical equivalent of a very wealthy man buying a new yacht, taking it out for a spin, accidentally sinking his neighbor's dinghy, and then demanding the neighbor hand over his summer house as compensation. When the smoke cleared, the United States found itself the proud, somewhat bewildered owner of an empire. Among the prizes claimed from the fading Spanish Empire was the beautiful, sun-drenched island of Puerto Rico. However, acquiring an island and knowing what to do with it are two entirely different things. For the first 2 decades of the 20th century, the United States treated Puerto Rico much like a family treats a slightly eccentric antique clock inherited from an aunt. They were glad they owned it. They liked to look at it, but they had absolutely no intention of putting it in the main living room, and they certainly didn't want to explain to the neighbors how it worked. The limbo of the insular cases. For 19 years, Puerto Ricans lived in a bizarre legal twilight zone. They were no longer subjects of the Spanish crown, but they weren't citizens of the United States either. They were classified as citizens of Puerto Rico, a title that carried all the international diplomatic weight of a library card. The United States Supreme Court, in a series of rulings creatively titled the Insular Cases, had performed mental gymnastics that would have won a gold medal in any Olympic event. The court decided that the Constitution did not follow the flag. In essence, they ruled that Puerto Rico belonged to the United States but was not a part of the United States. It is a fascinating piece of legal logic. It's like telling someone they are officially a member of your household, but they are only allowed to sleep in the garage. They cannot use the good china, and if it rains, they have to pay you for the privilege of standing under the awning. The Supreme Court justified this by claiming that the island was inhabited by alien races who might not fully comprehend the complexities of Anglo-Saxon law, which is incredibly ironic, considering that most Anglo-Saxons don't understand the complexities of Anglo-Saxon law either. The benevolence of March 2nd. By 1917, this awkward arrangement was becoming a bit of a diplomatic embarrassment. Woodrow Wilson, our resident schoolmaster, was busy writing drafts of speeches about how the United States was going to make the world safe for democracy. It is very difficult to stand on the world stage and preach about the sacred rights of self-determination when you are actively managing a colony of people who aren't allowed to vote for the person who runs their own island. Enter Representative William Atkinson Jones of Virginia, He sponsored a piece of legislation officially known as the Jones-Shafroth Act, which President Wilson signed into law on March 2, 1917. The Jones Act did something monumental. It granted United States citizenship to anyone born in Puerto Rico. On the surface, it was a beautiful, benevolent gesture. The newspapers hailed it as a triumph of American values. Uncle Sam had opened his arms, welcomed the island into the warm embrace of the Republic, and bestowed upon them the greatest gift a nation can give, a shiny new statutory citizenship. But as with all things involving governments and paperwork, the devil was busy redecorating the details. The fine print of freedom. First of all, it was a statutory citizenship, not a constitutional one. This meant that Congress had given it to them via a law, and Congress could, theoretically, take it away if they ever felt like it. It was like being given a gift certificate to a restaurant, but the restaurant reserves the right to cancel it if you order the expensive steak. Secondly, the Jones Act restructured the Puerto Rican government to look like a democracy without actually functioning as one. It created a bicameral legislature, allowing the people to elect their own Senate and House of Representatives. Hooray for democracy. However, the governor of Puerto Rico was still appointed by the President of the United States. And this appointed governor had the power to veto any law passed by the newly elected legislature. If the legislature somehow mustered a two-thirds majority to override the governor's veto, the bill didn't become law. Instead, it was sent directly to the desk of the President of the United States, who had the absolute, final, unoverridable veto. It was a matryoshka doll of bureaucratic disappointment. The people of Puerto Rico could vote for whatever they wanted, so long as the guy appointed by the guy in Washington agreed with it. You could practically hear Woodrow Wilson polishing his spectacles as he signed it. Yes, you have democracy now. Just be careful not to use it. The ultimate by the way. But the truly magnificent, cynical punchline of the Jones Act is found in its timing. Let us look at the calendar. On March 1st, 1917, the Zimmermann telegram was published in the American press, revealing that Germany was trying to start a war on the U.S. border. The country went into an absolute frenzy. The handwriting was on the wall in giant neon letters. America was going to war. On March 2nd, 1917, the very next day, Woodrow Wilson signed the Jones Act, instantly creating hundreds of thousands of brand new American citizens. A month later, Wilson asked Congress to declare war. A month after that, the Selective Service Act was passed, requiring all male citizens of the United States between the ages of 21 and 30 to register for the draft. The timing is so perfectly choreographed that it borders on high art. For 19 years, the United States government hemmed and hawed about whether Puerto Ricans were ready for the responsibilities of citizenship. But the moment Uncle Sam realized he was short on manpower for a European trench war, he suddenly discovered a deep, abiding love for the people of the Caribbean. "Welcome to the family," Uncle Sam proclaimed, handing the new citizens a freshly printed passport in one hand and a wool uniform in the other. "We are so glad you are finally Americans. By the way, your boat to France leaves on Tuesday. Don't forget your rifle." The Baranquiniers and the paradox of duty. To their immense credit, The people of Puerto Rico stepped up to a plate that had been rather unfairly shoved in their direction. When the draft was implemented on the island, over 236,000 men registered. Around 18,000 Puerto Ricans served in the military during the First World War. Many of them were assigned to guard the Panama Canal, a vital mosquito-infested stretch of water that was crucial to the American war effort. Others went to Europe. They were organized into units like the 65th Infantry Regiment, which would later become legendary as the Borinqueniers. They fought with distinction, courage, and an absolute surplus of irony. Here were men putting their lives on the line to defend the grand ideals of global democracy, while wearing the uniform of a nation that didn't allow them to vote for their own commander-in-chief. They were shedding blood for a flag that didn't have a star set aside for them. The Jones Act of 1917 perfectly encapsulates the steel and soy transition of the 20th century. The romantic, gilded notions of the previous era were being replaced by cold, hard, industrial calculations. The United States needed men, it needed secure borders, and it needed a secure Caribbean to protect the approaches to the Panama Canal. The Jones Act accomplished all of this with the stroke of a pen. It was an act of inclusion driven entirely by the machinery of war. The United States didn't just invite Puerto Rico into the living room, it handed them a mop and told them to start cleaning up the mess the Europeans had made. And so, as the spring of 1917 turned into summer, the American war machine continued to consume everything in its path, from the draft boards of Montana to the jazz clubs of New York, and now to the sunlit shores of San Juan. Chapter 10. The First Pulitzer Prizes. The birth of the professional I told you so. As the spring of 1917 bled into summer, the world was putting on a rather spectacular display of multitasking. The Americans were figuring out how to build an army out of broomsticks and optimistic rhetoric. The Russians were enthusiastically dismantling their entire civilization, and the British and French were preparing for yet another season of mud-soaked misery in the trenches. Yet, in the midst of all this global upheaval, the human race proved once again that it possesses an incredible, almost biological need for self-congratulation. While empires were falling and maps were being violently redrawn, a group of very serious men at Columbia University in New York City decided that it was the perfect time to hand out some gold stars. Welcome to the birth of the Pulitzer Prizes, the moment the 20th century decided that writing down the news wasn't just a job for caffeine-addicted insomniacs. It was high art. The architect of the ego stroke. To appreciate the profound, magnificent irony of the Pulitzer Prize, you first have to understand the man who paid for it. Joseph Pulitzer was a Hungarian immigrant who arrived in America practically penniless and went on to become one of the most powerful and feared newspaper publishers in the world. He owned the New York World, and he spent the late 19th century engaged in a circulation war with William Randolph Hearst that made modern reality television look like a quiet afternoon at a Quaker meeting. Pulitzer was the grandfather of yellow journalism. If a story lacked a little flavor, he wasn't opposed to adding a dash of sensationalism, a sprinkle of panic, and a headline so large it could be read from a passing Zeppelin. He and Hearst practically invented the Spanish-American War in 1898 simply because they needed something exciting to put on the front page to boost sales. Pulitzer was a man who understood that if it bleeds, it leads, and he made a colossal fortune off the darker, louder, and more scandalous impulses of the American public. But as Pulitzer grew older, his eyesight failed, his nerves shattered, and he began to think about his legacy. It turns out that when you spend your entire life screaming at people in bold font, you eventually develop a deep desire to be remembered for whispering the truth. He realized that when he died, people might just remember him as the guy who made millions selling panic and scandal. So, in a move of breathtaking historical whitewashing, he decided to buy his way into heaven, or at least into the respectable history books. When he died in 1911, his will left $2 million to Columbia University to establish the first school of journalism, along with a mandate to create a series of prizes for excellence. It is a bit like Al Capone leaving his fortune to establish an award for exceptional accounting and tax compliance. The bureaucratic gestation. Of course, when you leave $2 million to a university, things do not happen quickly. The academics at Columbia had to form committees, write charters, debate the meaning of the word excellence, and generally engage in the kind of slow-motion bureaucracy that makes a glacier look like a getaway car. It took them 6 years to finally sort out the paperwork. By June of 1917, while American soldiers were boarding ships for France and jazz musicians were horrifying polite society, the very first Pulitzer Prizes were finally ready to be announced. The culture clash must have been spectacular. On one hand, you had the Ivy League professors of Columbia, men who smelled of leather-bound books and pipe tobacco, trying to apply the metrics of classical literature to the daily news. On the other hand, you had the newsrooms of 1917, cavernous, deafening rooms filled with the clatter of typewriters, a fog of cheap cigar smoke, and reporters who considered a liquid lunch to be a dietary requirement. To the average ink-stained wretch of the era, the idea of getting a shiny medal from a university professor for writing a story about a corrupt alderman or a local murder must have seemed like a joke. The first winners, and a convenient coincidence. When the announcement was made in June 1917, the very first Pulitzer Prize for reporting went to a man named Herbert Bayard Swope. Swope was a legendary figure, a loud, extroverted, charismatic reporter who treated the English language like a blunt instrument. He won the prize for a series of articles titled Inside the German Empire, which he wrote after sneaking into Germany and reporting on the economic and social conditions of the country as it slowly starved under the British blockade. It was phenomenal, brave, and deeply important journalism. It was also, entirely coincidentally I am sure, published in the New York World, the newspaper owned by the estate of Joseph Pulitzer. Yes, the very first Pulitzer Prize went to a guy who worked for Pulitzer's own paper. Even in the pursuit of high-minded, objective excellence, it never hurts to keep the prize money in the family. Another award for editorial writing went to the New York Tribune for an editorial written on the first anniversary of the sinking of the Lusitania. It was a piece of writing so stirring, so fiercely patriotic, and so well crafted that it helped push the American public toward the war they were currently entering. The Pulitzer Committee was making a statement. Journalism was no longer just a mirror reflecting society. It was a hammer shaping it. The ultimate academic flex the no award snub. But perhaps the most hilarious and revealing part of the 1917 Pulitzer Prizes was not who won, but who didn't. Pulitzer's will had stipulated that awards should also be given for the great American novel and the original American play performed in New York. The judges for these categories were given the task of reviewing the literary and dramatic output of the previous year and selecting the absolute best the nation had to offer. The judges read the books. They went to the theaters. They stroked their beards, adjusted their spectacles, and came to a unanimous conclusion. Absolutely nothing was good enough. In a display of sheer, unadulterated academic arrogance, the committee refused to give out an award for fiction or drama in 1917. They looked at the cultural output of the United States and essentially said, "Nope, you all failed. Try harder next year." It was the ultimate power move. Imagine being a novelist in 1917, working for years on your manuscript, finally getting it published, and then having the most prestigious new award committee in the country announce that they would rather keep the prize money than give it to you. The committee established right out of the gate that the Pulitzer was not a participation trophy. If they were going to put Joseph Pulitzer's newly sanitized name on something, it had to be perfect. The birth of the important piece. The introduction of the Pulitzer Prizes fundamentally changed the psychology of the American newsroom. Before 1917, reporters were basically considered working-class tradesmen. You went to work, you dug up the dirt, you wrote it down as fast as you could, and you moved on to the next disaster. The goal was to sell papers today because yesterday's paper was already being used to wrap fish. But the Pulitzer Prize introduced a new variable, immortality. Suddenly, reporters weren't just writing for the morning edition, they were writing for history. They started using slightly bigger words. They started looking for the deeper meaning in a local tax scandal. They began adjusting their fedoras to look just a little more thoughtful. The award gave birth to the professional "I told you so." The journalist who could point to a gold medal as undeniable objective proof that they were smarter, braver, and better, with a subordinate clause than the guy sitting at the next desk. It institutionalized prestige. The steel and soy century was all about mass production, and the Pulitzer Prizes figured out a way to mass-produce academic validation. It turned the messy, chaotic, and often ethically dubious business of the daily news into an established pillar of the democratic process. And so, as the summer of 1917 heated up, the machinery of modernity was humming along beautifully. We had a new kind of army, a new kind of music, a new set of citizens in the Caribbean, and now a shiny new gold medal to hang around the necks of the people whose job it was to tell us how terrible everything else was going. The stage was perfectly set. The institutions were in place. The reporters had their sharpened pencils and their dreams of Columbia University glory. All they needed now was a story terrible enough to win next year's prize. Unfortunately for the young men currently packing their duffel bags, Europe was about to provide them with exactly that. Next up, Section 4, the grimmer realities. We leave the polite wood-paneled rooms of Columbia University and head back across the Atlantic. Chapter 11 takes us to Passchendaele, a battle so horrific that the mud itself became the primary enemy. It's time to see what happens when the industrial machinery of the 20th century meets the soft, fragile reality of the human body. Chapter 11. Passchendaele. The Mud That Ate an Army. While the journalists in New York were busy polishing their freshly minted Pulitzer prizes and deciding who was the most objectively important person in the room, the actual history of 1917 was being written in a place where the concept of awards had been replaced by the desperate singular goal of staying above the surface. We must now leave the wood-paneled rooms of academia, turn our backs on the syncopated rhythms of the jazz clubs, and head toward the Western Front. Specifically, we are going to a small, unassuming corner of Belgium called Flanders. It is here that the British High Command decided to wage a battle not just against the German Empire, but against the very concept of solid ground. This is the story of the Third Battle of Ypres, more commonly known as Passchendaele, a military campaign that perfectly illustrates what happens when the unstoppable force of industrial warfare meets the unmovable object of a swamp. To understand how an entire army managed to effectively dissolve into the landscape, you first have to understand the commander in charge of the operation. Field Marshal Sir Douglas Haig was a man of the old school. He was a cavalry officer who still harbored a deep, romantic suspicion that this whole machine gun fad was just a passing craze, and that any day now a good old-fashioned horse charge would sort out this messy trench business. Haig looked at the maps of Flanders and saw a magnificent opportunity for a breakthrough. If the British could just punch through the German lines, they could march to the Belgian coast, capture the submarine bases, and be home in time for a celebratory cup of Earl Grey. There was just one minor microscopic flaw in this grand strategic vision. Flanders is essentially a reclaimed bog. For centuries, the industrious farmers of Belgium had managed to keep the region relatively dry by building a complex, delicate network of drainage ditches and canals. The land was flat, the water table was practically at knee height, and the only thing keeping the whole area from turning back into a prehistoric lake was this intricate plumbing system. Haig, in his infinite wisdom, decided that the best way to prepare this delicate, waterlogged landscape for an infantry assault was to hit it with the largest artillery bombardment in human history. For 2 solid weeks in July of 1917, the British Army fired over 4 million shells into the German positions. The noise was so loud it could be heard across the English Channel in London. The bombardment was certainly effective at destroying things. It destroyed the German trenches, it destroyed the roads, and most crucially, it absolutely obliterated the ancient drainage system. The British essentially spent a fortnight enthusiastically smashing the bathtub into 1,000,000 pieces and then wondering why the floor was getting wet. 4 million artillery shells churned the soil of Flanders into a fine, powdery dust. It was a landscape completely devoid of vegetation, structure, or recognizable geography. It was a blank, pulverized canvas just waiting for the final ingredient to arrive. And then, as if the universe itself had decided to lean into the grim comedy of the situation, it began to rain. It wasn't just a drizzle. It was the heaviest, most relentless rain the region had seen in 30 years. The water mixed with the pulverized soil, and the battlefield of Passchendaele instantly transformed into a gelatinous, bottomless stew of misery. This was not normal mud. This was aggressive, predatory mud. It was a thick, clinging paste that smelled of cordite, decomposing horses in absolute despair. It acted like wet cement, grabbing onto everything that touched it and refusing to let go. To navigate this liquid graveyard, the army had to lay down miles of duckboards, narrow wooden planks placed end to end across the slime. Walking to the front line became an act of high-wire acrobatics performed by exhausted men carrying 80 pounds of gear. If you slipped off the duckboard, you didn't just get dirty, you sank. Men who stepped off the path found themselves swallowed waist-deep in seconds. If their comrades tried to pull them out, the suction of the mud was often so strong that it would pull the rescuers in as well, or physically tear the trapped man's joints from their sockets. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of soldiers literally vanished into the earth, drowned in a sea of mud before they ever saw a German soldier. It was an environment so hostile to human mechanics that even the machines gave up. My associate Annie, who is, for the record, a brilliantly human female mechanic with a knack for making stubborn engines purr out of pure spite, takes one look at the historical blueprints of those early Mark IV tanks and shudders. She frequently points out that sending 30 tons of underpowered, poorly ventilated British steel into a bottomless bog is less a military maneuver and more a very expensive way to plant iron potatoes. And she is entirely correct. When the British tried to deploy their shiny new tanks at Passchendaele, the machines lumbered forward a few yards, sank to their axles, and became very loud stationary targets. Despite the fact that the battlefield was turning into a literal soup, Sir Douglas Haig ordered the infantry to advance. The tactic of the day was the creeping barrage, where the artillery would fire just ahead of the advancing troops, creating a curtain of explosives for the men to walk behind. This requires precise timing. The artillery moves forward at a set pace, and the infantry walks right behind it. But at Passchendaele, the infantry couldn't walk. They could only wade, weighed down by waterlogged wool uniforms, their boots encased in 50 pounds of clinging clay. The men could barely move at a crawl. The creeping barrage left them behind, rolling uselessly toward the German lines, while the British soldiers were still miles back, struggling simply to lift their legs. When they finally did reach the German pillboxes, which the Germans had cleverly built out of reinforced concrete so they would float like grim little islands in the muck, they were too exhausted to fight. The battle dragged on for over 3 months. It became a war of attrition against the elements, a surreal nightmare where the primary enemy was the ground beneath their feet. Supply lines consisted of lines of pack mules sinking to their bellies, and artillery pieces had to be placed on massive wooden platforms just to keep them from disappearing into the earth every time they fired. By November of 1917, the rain finally turned to snow, and the mud froze solid. The British and Canadian forces made one final agonizing push and finally captured the village of Passchendaele. Or, to be more accurate, they captured the spot on the map where the village of Passchendaele used to be. There was not a single building left standing. It was just a slightly higher patch of red-stained dirt in a sea of brown-stained dirt. When you look at the final accounting of the Battle of Passchendaele, the sheer staggering absurdity of the 20th century comes into sharp focus. The British Empire fought for over 100 days, fired millions of shells, and lost roughly 300,000 men killed, wounded, or missing in the mud. The German Empire lost a similar number defending the swamp. And what was the grand strategic prize for this half-million casualty investment? The British line moved forward a total of 5 miles. Legend has it that when a senior British staff officer finally visited the battlefield at the end of the campaign, he looked out over the endless, apocalyptic wasteland of water and craters, burst into tears, and said, "Good God, did we really send men to fight in that?" It is the defining question of 1917. The machinery of modernity had become so efficient, so powerful, and so detached from human reality that it had managed to engineer its own destruction. The leaders of the world were playing a grand game of chess, completely ignoring the fact that the board was on fire and the pieces were sinking. Passchendaele was the ultimate lesson in hubris. It proved that you can invent the machine gun, you can build the tank, and you can organize a society for total war, but you cannot negotiate with a swamp. The earth itself had swallowed the Gilded Age, leaving only the grim, unyielding reality of the steel and soy era in its wake. The 20th century had shed its romantic illusions, drowning them in a Belgian bog, and ensuring that no one would ever view the simple concept of solid ground the same way again. Chapter 12. The Balfour Declaration. The world's most complicated note. While the soldiers in the trenches of Passchendaele were discovering that the 20th century tasted largely of mud and high explosives, the architects of this grand disaster were sitting in the dry, mahogany-paneled offices of London, discovering entirely new ways to make a mess. If the Western Front was a master class in how to physically destroy a landscape, the British Foreign Office in 1917 was conducting a seminar on how to linguistically destroy the future. They were about to prove, with terrifying efficiency, that while a machine gun can ruin your afternoon, a fountain pen can ruin the next 100 years. At the center of this diplomatic origami was Arthur James Balfour, the British Foreign Secretary. Balfour was a man who seemed to view the entire scope of human history as a slightly tedious parlor game that was keeping him from his afternoon nap. He was an aristocrat of the highest, most detached order. He possessed the kind of supreme, unshakable confidence that comes from knowing your family owns most of a county, and that someone else will always be there to pick up your dry cleaning. In November of 1917, Balfour sat down and wrote a letter to Lord Rothschild, a prominent leader of the British Jewish community. It was a very short letter, a mere 67 words, tucked into a single rambling sentence. Yet, those 67 words were the geopolitical equivalent of tossing a lit firecracker into a room full of gasoline, locking the door, and then whistling a jaunty tune as you walk away. To understand why the British government suddenly decided to issue a statement promising a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine, you have to look past the grand ideals and look directly at the chemistry lab. The British war machine was running out of cordite, the smokeless propellant used in artillery shells. To make cordite, you need a massive amount of acetone. Unfortunately, the traditional methods of producing acetone were too slow for a war that was consuming millions of shells a month. Enter Chaim Weizmann, a brilliant chemist and a passionate Zionist. Weizmann had developed a new, highly efficient fermentation process. To produce acetone using bacteria, legend has it, and history always prefers the legend when the truth involves too much paperwork, that the British government was so thrilled with Weizmann's scientific miracle that they asked him what he wanted in return. He didn't want money or a title or a lifetime supply of Earl Grey. He wanted a homeland for his people. He essentially traded the recipe for high explosives for the promise of a country. It is perhaps the most consequential barter in human history, roughly equivalent to trading a really good sourdough starter for the deed to Rhode Island. But the British, in their infinite imperial wisdom, had a slight problem. The piece of real estate they were casually offering to Weizmann, the region of Palestine currently controlled by the crumbling Ottoman Empire, was not actually theirs to give. Furthermore, they had already promised it to someone else, twice. If you have ever double-booked a dinner date and had to invent a sudden imaginary stomach flu to get out of it, you can begin to appreciate the sheer, breathtaking audacity of British foreign policy in the Middle East. They didn't just double-book Palestine, they triple-booked it. The first booking happened in 1915 during a series of secret letters known as the Hussein McMahon Correspondence. The British essentially told the Arab leaders, "Look, if you start a revolt against the Ottoman Turks, we promise to recognize an independent Arab state in the Middle East once the dust settles." The Arabs agreed, grabbed their rifles, and started blowing up Ottoman trains, with the help of a rather flamboyant British officer named T.E. Lawrence. But we'll save his theatrics for another time. The second booking happened in 1916. While the British were telling the Arabs they could have the land, a British diplomat named Mark Sykes and a French diplomat named François-Georges Picot got together in a smoky room with a map and a red crayon. In what is now known as the Sykes-Picot Agreement, they secretly decided to carve up the Middle East between Britain and France. They essentially said, "Forget the Arabs. We'll take this half, you take that half, and we'll run the whole place like a giant country club." And then came 1917. The third booking, the Balfour Declaration. The British government realized they needed Jewish support, particularly in Russia and the United States, to keep the war effort going. So they issued this public letter. Let us take a moment to admire the actual phrasing of Balfour's masterpiece of ambiguity. The letter states that His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. View with favor. This is the language of a polite dinner guest admiring the drapes, not the language of a binding international treaty. It is wonderfully, maddeningly non-committal. Furthermore, the letter promises a national home in Palestine, rather than promising that Palestine would be the national home. It's the difference between promising someone a bedroom in a house and giving them the deed to the entire property. But the true genius of the document, the part that ensures diplomats will never be out of a job, is the second half of the sentence. It states that this national home is granted, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. It is a masterpiece of passive-aggressive diplomacy. The British promised to build a new house for one group of people right in the middle of another group's living room, while cheerfully demanding that no one's furniture gets bumped in the process. They promised the land to the Arabs for fighting. They promised it to themselves for winning, and they promised it to the Zionists for the acetone. It was an imperial magic trick. The British believed they could manage the Middle East like a strict nanny managing a nursery. They assumed that because they possessed the Royal Navy and wore very nice suits, the different peoples of the world would simply accept these contradictory pieces of paper and behave themselves. Arthur Balfour, when pressed on the obvious contradictions of his declaration, essentially waved his hand and suggested that the local populations would eventually figure it out, or at the very least, be grateful for British supervision. It was the arrogance of an empire that was used to drawing lines on maps without ever having to visit the places those lines divided. As 1917 drew to a close, the Balfour Declaration was celebrated by the Zionist movement as a monumental triumph, which it was. For the first time, a major world power had officially validated their dream. The Arab population, understandably, viewed the letter with a kind of deep, simmering suspicion, usually reserved for a landlord who has just handed a set of keys to a stranger. And the British? The British patted themselves on the back, filed the paperwork, and assumed they had cleverly solved a short-term wartime problem. They had no idea they had just drafted the opening lines of a conflict that would outlive their empire, outlive the century, and require more diplomatic energy than the rest of the world's borders combined. The Zimmermann telegram might have been the world's worst reply all, but the Balfour Declaration was the world's most disastrous BCC. It proved that while the mud of Passchendaele could swallow an army, a single piece of British stationery could swallow a century. As we look across the geopolitical landscape of 1917, one thing becomes abundantly clear. The steel and soy era was going to be defined not just by new weapons, but by the terrible, enduring power of the fine print. Now, with the ink drying on the world's most complicated note, we must cross the Atlantic once again. The industrial machinery of the new century isn't just reshaping continents. It's occasionally malfunctioning on a spectacular scale. Shall we turn the page to Chapter 13 and witness the Halifax explosion, the day a harbor literally left the water? Or would you prefer a brief intermission before things get truly explosive? Chapter 13, The Halifax Explosion. The day the harbor left the water. If the Balfour Declaration was a testament to the destructive power of a fountain pen, and Passchendaele was a lesson in the horrors of weaponized mud, the events of December 6, 1917, were a stark reminder that the steel and soy era didn't actually require a battlefield to ruin your day. Sometimes all it took was a traffic jam, a total breakdown in communication, and enough high explosives to relocate a medium-sized mountain. We now leave the muddied trenches of Europe and the mahogany-paneled offices of London and travel across the Atlantic to the brisk, salty air of Halifax, Nova Scotia. In 1917, Halifax was not just a city, it was the waiting room for the First World War. If you were a soldier, a piece of artillery, or a barrel of salted beef heading from North America to the Western Front, you probably passed through Halifax. The harbor was a magnificent deep-water refuge, packed wall to wall with dreadnoughts, merchant cruisers, and rusty tramp steamers. It was a bustling, chaotic, incredibly profitable nautical parking lot. But Halifax Harbor has a geographic quirk. To get from the open ocean into the safety of the Bedford Basin, ships have to pass through a narrow strait, creatively named the Narrows. Navigating the Narrows is a bit like trying to thread a needle while riding a bicycle. There are strict rules of the road. Specifically, keep to the right, don't speed, and for the love of all that is holy, don't play chicken with the other boats. Unfortunately, the 20th century had a funny way of ignoring the rules. The floating volcano and the impatient Norwegian. Our story involves two ships that had absolutely no business being in the same hemisphere, let alone the same narrow channel. The first was the SS Emo. She was a Norwegian vessel, chartered by the Belgian Relief Commission. You would think a ship dedicated to bringing food to starving war orphans would be captained by a patient, saintly figure. You would be wrong. The Emo was running late. She had been delayed in the harbor for days waiting for coal, and her captain was entirely out of patience. He wanted to get out of Halifax, get out to sea, and get on with his life. The Emo was empty, which meant she rode high in the water, making her difficult to steer and catching the wind like a giant metal sail. The second ship was the SS Mont Blanc. If the Emo was an empty tin can, the Mont Blanc was a floating apocalypse. She was a French cargo ship, and her manifest read like a recipe for a localized doomsday. In her hold, she was carrying 2,300 tons of wet and dry picric acid, 200 tons of TNT, and 10 tons of gun cotton. As if having a hull packed with enough explosives to vaporize a small moon wasn't enough, her deck was lined with steel drums containing 35 tons of highly flammable benzol. Normally, a ship carrying this kind of cargo would fly a bright red flag to let everyone else know to stay far, far away. But in 1917, the Atlantic Ocean was crawling with German U-boats, and flying a bright red flag that says, "I am a giant bomb," is generally considered poor tactical strategy. So the Mont Blanc looked like any other tired, unremarkable cargo freighter. No one in the harbor, save for her captain and the harbor pilot, knew that she was essentially a maritime matchstick waiting for a strike. The nautical tango of doom. On the morning of December 6th, the harbor nets were lowered, and the Emo began her dash for the open sea. Because she was late, she was going too fast. Because a tugboat was in her way, she swung over to the wrong side of the channel. She was now driving down the nautical equivalent of the oncoming lane. At the exact same time, the Mont Blanc was entering the Narrows, heading into the harbor, staying perfectly in her correct lane on the right-hand side. When the two ships spotted each other, they engaged in what can only be described as the world's most terrifying slow-motion game of chicken. The Mont Blanc blew her whistle once. "I have the right of way. I am staying to the right." The Emo blew her whistle twice. "I am in your lane, and I am not moving." It was the nautical equivalent of two men meeting in the canned goods aisle of a grocery store and aggressively refusing to yield their shopping carts. Except in this case, one of the shopping carts weighed 3,000 tons, and the other was filled with TNT. The Mont Blanc slowed down. The Emo kept coming. They blew their whistles at each other again, an angry, deafening debate echoing off the hills of Nova Scotia. Finally, realizing the Norwegian ship wasn't going to budge, the captain of the Mont Blanc ordered a hard turn to the left, aiming for the center of the channel to let the Emo pass. Simultaneously, the captain of the Emo suddenly realized he was about to hit a freighter, panicked, and threw his engines into full reverse. Because of the way ship propellers work, throwing a ship into reverse causes the bow to swing violently to one side. The Imo swung directly into the path of the Mont Blanc. At 8:45 a.m., the two ships collided. The fender bender, that broke the world. If this had been a normal collision, it would have barely made the local newspaper. The ships were moving at less than 2 miles per hour. It was a gentle scrape, a mere bump of steel against steel. It was the maritime equivalent of parallel parking by braille. However, the Imo had struck the exact spot on the Mont Blanc where the barrels of benzol were strapped to the deck. The barrels crushed. The highly flammable liquid spilled out, and then the Imo pulled her bow out of the gash. The metal ground against metal, creating a shower of sparks. The benzol ignited immediately. Within seconds, the deck of the Mont Blanc was a roaring wall of fire. The crew of the French ship, who were the only people in a 5-mile radius who actually knew what was in the cargo hold, did not attempt to put the fire out. They did exactly what any rational human beings would do when standing on a burning pile of 2,900 tons of explosives. They screamed, "We are going to explode!" In French, abandoned ship, rowed to the opposite shore as fast as humanly possible, and hid in the woods. Unfortunately, almost no one in Halifax spoke French. The spectacle! The Mont Blanc, now a blazing unmanned ghost ship, drifted lazily toward Pier 6 on the Halifax waterfront. Human curiosity is a fatal flaw. When a massive ship catches fire in the middle of a bustling harbor, people don't run away. They gather to watch. It was a beautiful, crisp winter morning. Factory workers stopped their machines. Children pressed their faces against the glass windows of their schools. Families stood on their porches. It was the most exciting thing to happen in Halifax all year. Firefighters rushed to the pier, preparing to spray water on a fire that was currently heating up enough picric acid to level the horizon. For 20 minutes, the Mont Blanc burned, a magnificent, terrifying spectacle of black smoke and orange flame. And then the fire reached the hold. 9:04 a.m. At 4 minutes past 9, the Mont Blanc ceased to be a ship and became a localized sun. The explosion was the largest man-made blast in human history prior to the invention of the atomic bomb. The sheer physics of the event are difficult to comprehend. The temperature at the center of the blast briefly reached 9,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The water of the harbor instantly vaporized, exposing the muddy floor of the basin before the surrounding ocean rushed back in, creating a massive 60-foot tsunami that washed away entire communities on the shoreline. The shock wave blasted outward at the speed of sound. In an instant, the working-class neighborhood of Richmond, over a square mile of homes, factories, and schools, was completely flattened. It didn't just knock buildings down, it turned them into matchsticks. The Mont Blanc itself was vaporized. Pieces of the ship were thrown miles in every direction. The ship's half-ton anchor shank flew over 2 miles through the air and landed in a field, where it remained sitting to this very day. A gun barrel from the ship flew 3 miles in the opposite direction, burying itself in the frozen dirt of a lake. The blast shattered windows 50 miles away. It was heard as far away as Prince Edward Island. In a fraction of a second, the bustling waiting room of the First World War was reduced to a smoking, silent crater. Nearly 2,000 people were killed instantly, and another 9,000 were injured. The city of Halifax had quite suddenly and violently joined the front lines of the 20th century. the blizzard, and the brotherhood. As if the explosion, the shock wave, the fires, and the tsunami were not enough, the universe decided to twist the knife. The very next day, a massive blizzard swept into Nova Scotia, dumping 16 inches of snow onto the ruins and dropping the temperature to 0. Rescue workers had to dig through frozen rubble with their bare hands, searching for survivors in the bitter cold. But amid the absolute apocalyptic devastation, the Halifax explosion also triggered one of the greatest outpourings of human solidarity in the era. Before the smoke had even cleared, telegraph operators were tapping out pleas for help. The city of Boston, Massachusetts, received the message and didn't hesitate. Within hours, before the Canadian government in Ottawa had even fully mobilized, Boston had organized a relief train loaded with doctors, nurses, bandages, and supplies, and sent it roaring north through the blizzard. The Boston medics arrived in a city that looked like it had been hit by a meteor, set up hospitals, and worked around the clock to save thousands of lives. The people of Halifax never forgot it. To this day, over a century later, the city of Halifax sends a magnificent, towering Christmas tree to the city of Boston every single year, a massive pine tree that stands in the Boston Common as a thank you note for a train that arrived in the darkest week of 1917. The Halifax explosion is a grim milestone in our hilariously tragic history. It was the moment the world realized that the industrial machinery they had built to wage war in Europe was now perfectly capable of destroying a city at home just by sheer bureaucratic accident. The steel and soy age meant that there was no longer a difference between the front lines and the home front. The danger was loaded in the cargo hold, and it was sailing right past your window. Next up, Section 5, Domestics and Distractions. We've survived the mud of Passchendaele, the diplomatic chaos of London, and the flying anchors of Halifax. It's time to see what the folks back home were doing to distract themselves from the end of the world. Chapter 14 takes us to Prohibition's Prelude, where Congress decides that the best way to handle a global crisis is to ban beer. Chapter 14, Prohibition's Prelude. The 18th Amendment starts moving, the great national thirst. If 1917 had a theme, it was giving things up. We gave up our isolationism for a global war. We gave up our volunteer army for the draft, and in Russia, they gave up a whole monarchy for a collection of very intense men in wool caps. But as the year drew to a close, the United States government decided that the American people hadn't quite sacrificed enough. There was one more thing that had to go, something that had been a staple of human civilization since the first caveman accidentally left some grapes in a warm corner and woke up feeling significantly more rhythmic the next morning. I am speaking, of course, of alcohol. In December of 1917, while the rest of the world was preoccupied with the flying anchors of Halifax and the mud monsters of Passchendaele, the U.S. Congress sat down and passed the 18th Amendment. This was the opening bell for Prohibition, a 13-year social experiment that attempted to turn the most boisterous, thirsty nation on earth into a giant, dry Sunday school. It was the moment the 20th century decided that if it was going to be steel and soy, it was going to do so with a very clear, very sober, and very grumpy head. The rise of the dries. To understand how a nation could be talked into banning beer during the most stressful year in its history, you have to look at the Anti-Saloon League. These people were the ultimate masters of the steel and soy political machine. They didn't just have an opinion, they had a spreadsheet. Led by a man named Wayne Wheeler, a man who possessed the rare talent of being able to haunt a room simply by walking into it. The League had spent decades convincing politicians that the liquor interest was the root of every single problem in America, from poverty and domestic violence to the fact that the neighbor's dog wouldn't stop barking. They were joined by the Women's Christian Temperance Union, a group of formidable ladies who viewed the local saloon as a portal to Hades. These were the women who followed Carrie Nation, a 6-foot-tall force of nature who used to walk into bars with a Bible in one hand and a hatchet in the other, smashing every bottle of rye in sight. It is a testament to the era that the police often didn't arrest her. They just watched in silent, terrified respect. When a woman with a hatchet tells you that your gin is a sin, you don't argue with her. You just look for a place to hide the gin. By 1917, these dry forces had realized that the Great War was the greatest political gift they had ever received. They stopped talking about morality and started talking about patriotism. The Kaiser brew argument. The stroke of genius, or the stroke of absolute cynical brilliance, was the way the Dries used the war to link alcohol with the enemy. In 1917, if you wanted to destroy a man's reputation, you didn't call him a liar, you called him a pro-German. The Anti-Saloon League pointed out a very inconvenient fact. Nearly every major brewer in America had a German name. Pabst, Busch, Schlitz, Anheuser, Blatz. They all sounded like they belonged in a bunker in Berlin rather than a brewery in Milwaukee. The Dries began to whisper that every glass of beer sold was a nickel in the Kaiser's pocket. They claimed that the brewers were part of a vast Hun conspiracy to keep the American worker too drunk to produce munitions and too dizzy to aim a rifle. They even went after the grain. Woodrow Wilson, ever the schoolmaster, was obsessed with efficiency. The Dries argued that it was a crime against humanity to turn precious grain into beer when it could be turned into bread for the boys in the trenches. "Will you have a glass of beer, or will they have a slice of bread?" the posters asked. It was a brutal piece of wartime logic. It framed the American brewery not as a place of refreshment, but as a factory for treason. The 18th Amendment hits the floor. On December 18, 1917, the House of Representatives finally passed the 18th Amendment, following the Senate's lead from earlier in the year. It was a momentous occasion. The amendment didn't actually ban the drinking of alcohol. That would have been too difficult to enforce even for the most optimistic congressman. Instead, it banned the manufacture, sale, or transportation of intoxicating liquors. It was a linguistic sleight of hand. The government was essentially saying, "We aren't telling you that you can't be thirsty. We're just telling you that we've made it illegal for anyone to help you with that problem." The amendment was then sent to the states for ratification. The Dries were ecstatic. They believed they were ushering in a new era of American purity. They genuinely thought that once the saloons were closed, the jails would be empty, the factories would hum with sober efficiency, and the family unit would become a perpetual motion machine of happiness and hymn singing. They were, to put it mildly, spectacularly wrong. the birth of the creative American. What the 18th Amendment actually did was take one of America's largest industries and hand the keys to the most violent criminals in the country. But in the late days of 1917, the unintended consequences were still a few years away. For the moment, the nation was just beginning to realize that it was about to become very creative. The looming shadow of Prohibition didn't make people stop drinking, it made them start hoarding. If you were a man of means in 1917, your primary concern wasn't the Western Front, it was the size of your cellar. People began buying whiskey by the barrel and wine by the truckload, hoping to build a liquid fortress that would last them through the coming drought. For those without a cellar, a new kind of American ingenuity was born. This was the era where bathtub gin moved from a punchline to a blueprint. People realized that you could make a reasonably convincing and highly flammable spirit using a little bit of grain alcohol, some juniper oil, and the plumbing in your guest bathroom. It tasted like a mixture of turpentine and regret. But in a steel and soy world, people were willing to settle for anything that provided a temporary exit from reality. The purification delusion. The passing of the 18th Amendment in December 1917 was the final gilded facade to drop. The previous century had viewed drinking as a personal choice, a social lubricant, or a minor vice. The 20th century viewed it as a problem to be solved through industrial-scale legislation. The Schoolmaster government believed it could legislate the human heart and the human liver into submission. I suspect that as the congressmen walked out of the Capitol that December evening, they felt a warm glow of self-satisfaction. They had made the world safe for democracy in April, and now they had made America pure for posterity in December. They headed off to their private clubs, which, coincidentally, were well-stocked with the very spirits they had just banned for everyone else, and toasted their own brilliance. They didn't realize that they hadn't actually ended the liquor interest. They had simply ensured that for the next decade, the most popular person in any town would be the guy who knew a guy with a fast boat and a hidden garage. 1917 ended with a country that was legally drying out, but mentally preparing to get very, very thirsty. The machinery of modernity was running at full tilt, and it had just decided that the fuel of the past was no longer permitted. The 20th century was officially sober, and as anyone who has ever been the only sober person at a party can tell you, that usually means things are about to get very, very weird. Next up, Chapter 15, The Silent Protest Parade. While the government was busy debating the contents of the nation's glasses, 10,000 black Americans were preparing to march down Fifth Avenue in total silence. It was a reminder that while we were fighting for democracy abroad, we were still desperately looking for it at home. Chapter 15, The Silent Protest Parade. The Power of Saying Nothing at All. If 1917 were a musical composition, it would have been a deafening, discordant symphony played at maximum volume by a conductor who had recently lost his mind. We had the ear-splitting roar of the Halifax explosion, the rhythmic clatter of machine guns at Passchendaele, the raucous, animal-mimicking brass of the first jazz records, and the high-pitched, scholarly lecturing of Woodrow Wilson. The ear was loud, it was violent, and it was perpetually screaming for attention. But on July 28, 1917, the most powerful sound in the world was the sound of absolutely nothing. In a century that was rapidly becoming defined by the steel and soy aesthetic, a world of massive industrial gears and standardized human components, 10,000 black Americans decided to perform the ultimate act of defiance against the machinery of the age. They marched down Fifth Avenue in New York City in total, absolute, soul-shaking silence. It was the Silent Protest Parade, and it remains one of the most intellectually elegant "I told you so" moments in American history. It was the moment when a community looked at a nation fighting for democracy abroad and politely, quietly pointed out that the domestic version of that democracy was currently missing several essential parts. The spark in the machinery. To understand why 10,000 people decided to walk for miles without saying a word, we have to look at the tragic malfunction of the American dream that had occurred just weeks earlier in East St. Louis. As the war effort ramped up, the great industrial machines of the North were hungry for labor. This led to the Great Migration, where thousands of black families left the Jim Crow South to find work in northern factories. However, they found that the steel and soy future wasn't quite as welcoming as the brochures had suggested. In East St. Louis, racial tensions over jobs and housing exploded into a horrific riot. The response from the Schoolmaster in the White House was, predictably, a resounding silence. Woodrow Wilson was very busy explaining the finer points of global liberty to the Europeans, and he apparently didn't have the bandwidth to address the fact that his own citizens were being targeted in the streets of Illinois. The NAACP, a relatively young organization at the time, decided that if the president wasn't going to listen to their voices, they would give him a sight he could never forget. The aesthetics of defiance. The organization of the Silent Protest Parade was a masterclass in psychological warfare. They realized that if they marched with shouting and signs and anger, the press would simply dismiss them as a mob. To the 1917 mind, a mob was something you could ignore or suppress. But a silent, perfectly dressed, disciplined column of 10,000 people? That was something that demanded a different kind of respect. The marchers didn't wear rags. They wore their Sunday best. The men were in dark suits, looking as if they were heading to a very serious board meeting. The women and children were dressed entirely in white, looking like a literal cloud of conscience floating down the pavement. Imagine the scene on Fifth Avenue, the most prestigious street in America. Normally, a parade on Fifth Avenue involved brass bands, fluttering flags, and a lot of shouting. But as the clock struck 1, the only sound was the rhythmic, haunting thud, thud, thud of feet on asphalt. The only music allowed was the muffled beat of drums, draped in black cloth to dampen their sound. It was the heartbeat of a nation that was tired of waiting for its turn at the table. The irony of the "Safe for Democracy" slogan. The marchers carried banners that were masterpieces of satirical precision. One of them read, "Mr. President, why not make America safe for democracy?" This was a direct surgical strike against Wilson's favorite slogan. It was the intellectual equivalent of a reply all that points out the sender has a giant spinach leaf stuck in their teeth. You cannot tell the world that you are the global guardian of liberty while your own citizens are marching in white dresses to protest their own slaughter. The steel and soy century was supposed to be about efficiency and logic. But the logic of 1917 was broken. The United States was drafting black men into the army to go to France and fight for the rights of Belgians, while those same men couldn't walk down a street in East St. Louis with a guarantee of safety. The silence of the marchers was a mirror. It reflected the silence of the government. It said, "If you will not speak for us, we will not speak for you. We will simply exist in our thousands until you are forced to look at us." The spectators and the shifting tide. The reaction from the crowd was a mixture of shock and profound discomfort. New Yorkers, who are generally not known for being easily impressed or particularly quiet, stood on the sidewalks in stunned silence. There were no hecklers. There were no counter-protesters. There was only the overwhelming weight of 10,000 people walking for their lives. Even the police, who are usually quite keen on using their batons to facilitate the flow of traffic, found themselves standing at attention. There is something about absolute silence that unnerves the human animal. It implies a level of self-control and purpose that is far more intimidating than a scream. The silent protest parade was the first mass protest of its kind in New York. It proved that the civil rights movement wasn't just a series of legal briefs and academic arguments. It was a living, breathing, organized force. It was the moment the 20th century's domestic struggle found its visual identity. The aftermath. A quiet victory. Did the parade change Woodrow Wilson's mind overnight? Of course not. Wilson was a man who could ignore a hurricane if it wasn't formatted in a standard academic font. But it did change the narrative. The NAACP saw its membership skyrocket. The images of the children in white and the men in black suits were printed in newspapers across the country. It was a PR victory of the highest order. It showed that the new Negro, as the thinkers of the era called the movement, was sophisticated, organized, and entirely unwilling to accept the gilded lies of the past. My associate Annie, who, as a mechanic, understands that the most dangerous part of an engine isn't the one making the noise but the one that has quietly seized up, often points out that this parade was the seizure of the American political machine. It forced the gears to grind to a halt. It showed that the steel and soy age couldn't function if it ignored the very people who were building it. The legacy of silence. As 1917 continued its march toward the finish line, the silent protest parade remained a haunting memory. It was a reminder that while we were building telescopes to see the stars and recording jazz to find our rhythm, the most important work was still being done on the ground. The 20th century was going to be a long, loud argument about who got to participate in the democracy Wilson kept talking about. But for one afternoon in July, the argument was settled with silence. It was the most eloquent speech ever delivered on Fifth Avenue, and not a single word of it was ever spoken. It proved that in a world of industrial noise, sometimes the loudest thing you can do is refuse to make a sound. It was smart. It was witty in its irony, and it was a masterpiece of light-hearted defiance in a very dark year. Next up, Chapter 16, The Birth of the Cookie. We've seen the heavy, silent weight of political protest. Now it's time for something a bit more sugary. We're heading to Muskogee, Oklahoma, where a troop of Girl Scouts is about to invent the most successful paramilitary sugar delivery system in human history. Chapter 16, The Birth of the Cookie. The most successful paramilitary sugar delivery system in history. If the previous chapter taught us that silence is a weapon, this chapter teaches us that sugar is a strategic resource. While the men of 1917 were busy inventing new ways to turn the planet into a muddy crater, and the women of New York were marching in white to save the soul of the nation, a group of young girls in Muskogee, Oklahoma, were quietly perfecting a logistical maneuver that would eventually conquer every doorstep in the continental United States. I am speaking of the birth of the Girl Scout cookie. In 1917, the Girl Scouts of the USA were only 5 years old. They had been founded by Juliette Gordon Low, a woman who possessed the kind of indomitable energy that usually results in either a successful revolution or a very well-organized neighborhood watch. At the time, the organization was still finding its footing in a world that was rapidly shifting from gilded leisure to steel and soy efficiency. But in Muskogee, a local troop decided that if the world was going to be safe for democracy, it might as well be well-fed in the process. The Mistletoe Troop and the Great Sugar Offensive. The heroes of our story are the members of the Mistletoe Troop. It is a charming name, evocative of holiday cheer and perhaps a bit of Victorian romance. Do not be fooled. These girls were the vanguard of a new kind of economic warfare. The Mistletoe Troop had a problem that is universal to all nonprofit organizations. They were broke. They needed funds to support their activities, which at the time involved learning how to tie knots, signal with flags, and survive in the wilderness without accidentally eating a poisonous berry. Most fundraising in 1917 involved charity balls or sociable teas, events where wealthy people stood around in uncomfortable collars and pretended to be interested in each other's genealogies. The Mistletoe Troop decided to bypass the high society nonsense and go straight for the jugular, or more accurately, the sweet tooth. They gathered in the kitchen of a local high school, armed with massive quantities of butter, flour, sugar, and eggs. They weren't making the complex, multi-layered thin mints or Samoas we know today. In 1917, the operation was focused on a single, devastatingly effective weapon: the simple sugar cookie. It was a humble disk of baked dough, but in the hands of a 12-year-old in a sash, it was an unstoppable force of nature. The logistics of the high school cafeteria. The Mistletoe Troop didn't have a marketing department, a social media presence, or a celebrity spokesperson. They had a high school cafeteria and a captive audience. They set up their sales operation during the lunch hour, targeting their fellow students and teachers. It was a stroke of genius. If you want to sell a luxury item, you find people who are hungry, tired, and currently suffering through a lecture on the finer points of Latin grammar. The steel and soy era was all about standardized production, and these girls were the first to realize that you could standardize the impulse buy. They sold their cookies for a penny apiece. In 1917, a penny was a serious investment for a high school student, but the cookies were sold under the banner of service. This is the secret sauce of the Girl Scout empire. They didn't just sell you a snack, they sold you the feeling of being a good citizen. By buying a cookie, you weren't just indulging in a sugar rush, you were supporting the future of American womanhood. You were helping a girl learn how to read a compass or bandage a wound. It was the ultimate moral pass. You could eat 5 cookies and feel like a philanthropist. It was the birth of the charity calorie, the only type of calorie that doesn't count toward your waistline because it is weighed down by the heavy burden of social responsibility. The paramilitary advantage. What makes the Girl Scout cookie sale so fascinating from a historical perspective is the organizational structure behind it. The Girl Scouts were, and are, a paramilitary organization. They have uniforms, they have badges, they have a chain of command, and they have a very specific set of tactical maneuvers for approaching a target. In 1917, the Mistletoe Troop proved that this structure was perfect for retail. While the U.S. Army was struggling to figure out how to get canned peaches to the front lines in France, the Girl Scouts were demonstrating that a decentralized, highly disciplined force of local operatives could blanket a neighborhood in carbohydrates with 100% efficiency. Every girl was a sales representative, every house was a potential objective. The cookie drive became a neighborhood-scale siege. When a Girl Scout knocks on your door, she isn't just a neighbor, she is a representative of a national movement. Her uniform tells you that she is part of something larger than herself. Her polite demeanor tells you that she has been trained in the art of the soft sell. And her presence on your porch tells you that if you don't buy at least one box, you are basically rooting for the Kaiser. The fuel of the 20th century. The timing of the first cookie sale was no accident. As we've discussed, 1917 was the year the world finally stopped pretending it was gilded. The steel and soy aesthetic required a new kind of fuel. The high-minded, slow-moving banquets of the Victorian era were being replaced by the quick, portable, and energy-dense snacks of the modern age. The sugar cookie was the perfect food for the 20th century. It was small, it was durable, it didn't require a fork, and it provided a quick burst of energy for a population that was suddenly very, very busy. Whether you were working in a munitions factory, marching down Fifth Avenue, or trying to figure out how a sealed train worked, a cookie was a tiny, portable miracle. My associate Ennie, the mechanic I have mentioned who knows more about torque than any 10 men I've met, often points out that the human body is just a very complicated combustion engine. And in 1917, the sugar cookie was the high-octane fuel that kept the American domestic engine from seizing up. It provided the dopamine hit needed to endure the headlines about Passchendaele and the Halifax explosion. It was the soy in the steel and soy transition, the mass-produced, vegetable-based, well, grain-based, component that made the hard steel of war a little more bearable. The legacy of the Muskogee maneuver. The Mistletoe Troop's bake sale was a runaway success. They raised the money they needed, but they also accidentally created a blueprint for the most successful fundraising machine in human history. By the 1920s, the National Girl Scout organization had caught on to the Muskogee maneuver, and soon the cookie drive became a standardized national event. Today, the Girl Scout cookie program is an $800 million a year business. It has survived the Great Depression, 2 world wars, the invention of the Internet, and the rise of the gluten-free movement. It is a testament to the fact that while governments may fall and empires may crumble, the human desire for a sweet treat delivered by a polite person in a sash is an eternal constant. The 1917 cookie sale in Muskogee was a quiet revolution. It showed that the new woman of the 20th century wasn't just going to be a social worker or a suffragist. She was also going to be a logistical genius. She was going to take the tools of the industrial age, standardized recipes, targeted marketing, and disciplined organization, and used them to fund her own independence. As 1917 drew to a close, the American home front was a place of sacrifice and silence, of drafts and droughts. But in the midst of the darkness, there was the smell of vanilla and toasted sugar wafting from a high school kitchen in Oklahoma. It was a reminder that even when the world is dropping its gilded facade and replacing it with a steel one, there is always room for a little bit of sweetness, provided it is sold at a reasonable price by a girl with a badge in efficiency. Next up, Section 6, Scientific Curiosities. We leave the kitchen and head for the stars. Chapter 17 takes us to the Mount Wilson telescope in California, where we built a giant glass eye to look at the universe. We're about to find out that while we were busy fighting over a few miles of Belgian mud, the universe was significantly larger, colder, and more indifferent to our steel and soy problems than we ever imagined. Chapter 17, the Mount Wilson telescope. The 100-inch mirror. The universe gets a reality check. While the rest of the human race was busy using the steel and soy era to see how many people could fit into a trench or how many anchors could be launched into a neighboring province by a single explosion, a small group of people in California were using the same industrial machinery to look in the opposite direction. Instead of staring at the mud, they decided to stare at the stars. In November of 1917, while the Bolsheviks were redecorating the Winter Palace and the British were discovering that Belgium was technically a liquid, the world's largest glass eye was being hauled up a mountain. This was the Hooker 100-inch telescope at Mount Wilson Observatory, and it was about to do to the human ego what the Russian Revolution did to the Romanov family. Liquidate it in a very short amount of time. The man who loved big glass. The driving force behind this cosmic eavesdropping was a man named George Ellery Hale. Hale was a man who possessed a singular borderline obsessive passion for large pieces of glass. Some people collect stamps. Some people collect vintage automobiles. George Ellery Hale collected world record-breaking telescopes. Hale was the ultimate steel and soy visionary. He realized that the 19th century way of looking at the stars, mostly consisting of an elderly man in a velvet smoking jacket peering through a long brass tube, was no longer sufficient. If we wanted to know what the universe was actually up to, we needed industrial-scale optics. We needed a mirror so large and so heavy that it would require its own mountain, its own power plant, and a dedicated team of engineers who were comfortable with the idea of moving a 5-ton piece of fragile glass up a dirt path on a truck that had the horsepower of a particularly lethargic lawnmower. The French Connection and the Bubbles of Doom. The story of the 100-inch mirror begins in France at the Saint-Gobain Glassworks. In 1906, Hale ordered a disc of glass that would eventually become the heart of the telescope. Now casting a single piece of glass that is 8 feet wide and 13 inches thick is not like making a window pane. It is like trying to bake a souffle the size of a swimming pool. When the glass was finally cooled and unpacked, Hale discovered that it was filled with thousands of tiny bubbles. To the average person, it looked like a very expensive piece of frozen soda water. To Hale's colleagues, it was a disaster. They argued that the bubbles would make the mirror structurally unsound and that it would warp under its own weight. But Hale, showing the kind of stubbornness that only a man with a multi-million-dollar grant from Andrew Carnegie can afford, decided to use it anyway. He figured that as long as the surface was polished to a perfect curve, the bubbles in the middle wouldn't matter. It was a classic steel and soy philosophy. The inside can be a mess as long as the interface is efficient. The most stressful commute in history. By 1917, the mirror had been polished to within a millionth of an inch of perfection in a laboratory in Pasadena. Now, all they had to do was get it to the top of Mount Wilson, which stands at an elevation of 5,700 feet. In 1917, the road up Mount Wilson was not a road. It was a series of suggestions made of dust and gravel that wound precariously around the edges of cliffs. The task of transporting the mirror fell to a Mack truck, a vehicle that represented the absolute cutting edge of internal combustion technology, which is to say, it was loud, smelled of hot oil, and had a top speed that could be overtaken by a briskly walking chicken. The journey up the mountain took 8 hours. The mirror was encased in a massive wooden crate and surrounded by a small army of men whose primary job was to hold their breath and pray to the gods of friction. Every time the truck hit a bump, every time the wheels skidded on a patch of loose dirt, the future of human astronomy hung in the balance. It was the most stressful commute in the history of the 20th century. If that mirror had cracked, the universe would have remained a much smaller, much cozier place for another 50 years. But the steel of the Mack truck held, and the soy of the human laborers, who were likely fueled by nothing but coffee and sheer terror, prevailed. The mirror arrived at the summit intact. First light, a cosmic disappointment. On the night of November 1st, 1917, George Ellery Hale and a few invited guests, including a poet, because every 20th century scientific event required at least one person to provide the gilded romantic perspective, gathered in the dome for first light. This is the moment a telescope sees the stars for the first time. They pointed the massive instrument at the planet Jupiter. Hale leaned into the eyepiece, expecting to see the king of planets in all its glory. He saw nothing but a blurry, shivering mess. The crowd was silent. The poet probably started thinking of synonyms for expensive failure. It turned out that the heat from the sun during the day had expanded the mirror's housing, and the glass hadn't yet cooled down to match the mountain air. The mirror was warping, and the bubbles of doom were laughing at them. Hale, displaying a level of patience that would have made a saint look like a toddler in a candy store, told everyone to go home and get some sleep. He stayed in the dome, alone. At 2:30 a.m., when the temperature had finally stabilized, he took another look. The image was perfect. The universe had finally come into focus. The galaxy gets a divorce. Before the 100-inch telescope, most astronomers believed that the entire universe consisted of the Milky Way galaxy. They thought that the mysterious nebulae they saw in their smaller telescopes were just clouds of gas within our own neighborhood. We were the center of everything, a lone island of light in an infinite void. But the Hooker telescope was too powerful for that cozy lie. A few years later, a young astronomer named Edwin Hubble, who in 1917 was currently serving as a major in the Army, presumably dreaming of big glass, would use this telescope to prove that those nebulae were actually other galaxies, millions of light years away. Suddenly, the Milky Way wasn't the universe. It was just one of a billion island universes. We weren't the center of the stage. We were a speck of dust in the back row of a theater so large that our brains aren't even wired to comprehend the seating chart. The humbling of the species. The Mount Wilson telescope was the ultimate reality check for 1917. While the Great War was being fought over a few miles of mud, and while politicians were arguing over who owned a particular patch of sand in the Middle East, the 100-inch mirror was quietly pointing out that, from a cosmic perspective, the entire human race is about as significant as a group of ants arguing over a breadcrumb. The steel and soy era was all about control, controlling the economy, controlling the population, controlling the borders. But the telescope showed us something that couldn't be controlled. It showed us a universe that was vast, ancient, and completely indifferent to whether we used a 100-inch mirror or a broomstick to look at it. It was a humbling experience for a species that thinks it's the center of everything. We built a giant glass eye to see the stars, and in return, the stars looked back and reminded us that we were very, very small. My associate Annie, the mechanic, likes the Mount Wilson story because it's a story about tolerances. She knows that if a bearing is off by a fraction of a millimeter, the whole machine fails. The Mount Wilson telescope showed us that the tolerances of our own importance were much tighter than we thought. We had spent centuries inflating our own ego only for a piece of bubbly French glass to come along and let all the air out. As 1917 drew to a close, we had found the rhythm of jazz, the flavor of cookies, and the silence of protest. But at the top of a mountain in California, we had found something even more important. We had found our place, and it turned out to be much smaller than we had ever dared to imagine. Next up, Chapter 18, Father Flanagan and Boys Town. We descend from the stars and return to the ground, specifically to Omaha, Nebraska. In a year of mass-produced destruction, one man decides to start a home for wayward boys with $90 and a theory that there is no such thing as a bad boy. It's a heartwarming, slightly chaotic experiment in human nature that has never been tested on a toddler with a drum set. Chapter 18, Father Flanagan and Boys Town. The $90 miracle, no such thing as a bad boy. After spending our last chapter staring through a 100-inch piece of bubbly French glass at the terrifyingly indifferent vacuum of space, it's only fair that we return to Earth for a bit of warmth. If the Mount Wilson telescope taught us that the universe is an enormous, cold, and largely empty room where nobody can hear you scream, then December of 1917 in Omaha, Nebraska, was about to provide the opposite lesson. That even in a world of steel and soy efficiency, a little bit of human chaos can be a very beautiful thing. While the Schoolmaster in Washington was drafting millions and the German virus was redecorating Russia, a 31-year-old Irish priest named Father Edward J. Flanagan was conducting a social experiment of his own. He didn't have a giant mirror or a sealed train. What he had was $90, a very drafty rented house, and a theory that would have made the average 1917 disciplinarian choke on his own cigar. Flanagan's theory was simple, radical, and entirely unscientific by the standards of the day. There is no such thing as a bad boy. The $90 startup. In December 1917, $90 was a respectable sum. It could buy you a very nice horse, or perhaps several thousand Girl Scout cookies. But it was hardly the kind of capital one usually requires to launch a revolutionary social institution. Most people in Omaha at the time thought Father Flanagan had spent a bit too much time in the sacramental wine. Up until this point, the prevailing wisdom regarding wayward youth was that if a boy wasn't behaving, it was because he was fundamentally defective. The solution was usually to lock him in a grim, gray reformatory where the primary curriculum consisted of manual labor and frequent enthusiastic applications of a leather strap. It was the gilded version of waste management. If something is broken, put it in a box where you don't have to look at it. But Flanagan, perhaps because he was Irish and thus intimately familiar with the concept of being an underdog, saw things differently. He looked at the orphans, the runaways, and the petty thieves of Omaha's streets, and didn't see defective parts. He saw a logistical problem. He saw a group of human beings who had been chewed up by the industrial machinery of the new century and spat out because they didn't have a gilded family to protect them. The first 5 residents. On December 12, 1917, Flanagan opened the doors of a drafty Victorian house at the corner of 25th and Dodge Streets. His first residents were 5 boys, 3 sent by the courts, and 2 he had literally picked up off the street. It was a motley crew. In an era when the silent protest parade was highlighting the deep, jagged scars of American racism, Flanagan's house was a shocking anomaly. He didn't care about the steel and soy categories of race or religion. If you were a boy and you were in trouble, you had a place at his table, white, black, Jewish, Catholic, Protestant. They were all shoved into the same small house and told that they were now a family. This was revolutionary. In 1917, diversity wasn't a corporate buzzword. It was considered a recipe for an immediate riot. But Flanagan realized that the badness people saw in these boys was usually just reaction to being treated like an interchangeable part in a machine that didn't want them. He replaced the leather strap with a sense of ownership. He told the boys that this wasn't an asylum. It was their home. They ran it, they cleaned it, they made the rules. Annie's engineering perspective. My associate Annie, who, as a human female mechanic, spent much of 1917 proving that a wrench doesn't care who's holding it, has a very specific appreciation for Father Flanagan. She often points out that most bad engines are actually just poorly timed ones. If a spark plug is firing at the wrong moment, the whole machine shakes itself to pieces, but that doesn't mean the engine is evil. It just means it needs someone with a steady hand and a bit of patience to adjust the timing. Flanagan was the ultimate spiritual mechanic. He realized that if you give a boy a job, a hot meal, and the radical notion that someone actually expects him to be a decent human being, his timing tends to fix itself. Of course, the experiment wasn't without its scientific curiosities. As I noted in the roadmap, Flanagan's theory that there is no such thing as a bad boy has clearly never been tested on a toddler who has just discovered a drum set at 3 o'clock in the morning. But for the teenagers of Omaha, it was a lifeline. They flourished. Within months, the house on Dodge Street was overflowing. The expansion to Overlook Farm. The neighbors, of course, were thrilled, and by thrilled, I mean they were absolutely terrified. Having a house full of wayward boys next door is the kind of thing that makes property values do a dramatic impression of the Russian ruble. Flanagan realized that if he wanted his experiment to survive, he needed more space. Space where the boys could work the land and learn the soy half of our century's aesthetic. He eventually moved the operation to Overlook Farm, several miles outside of Omaha. This would eventually become the famous Boys Town, a self-governing village with its own post office, its own schools, and its own mayor. It was the steel and soy era's most successful piece of social engineering. Flanagan used the efficiency of the age to create a production line of character. He proved that if you stop treating people like problems to be solved and start treating them like potential to be realized, the results are more impressive than anything you can see through a 100-inch telescope. The contrast of 1917. As we wrap up this chapter, take a moment to look at the landscape of December 1917. In Europe, we were perfecting the art of mass-producing death. In Russia, we were perfecting the art of mass-producing ideology. In Halifax, we were accidentally mass-producing explosions. But in Omaha, a man with $90 was mass-producing hope. Father Flanagan's experiment was a quiet rebuttal to the grim determinism of the age. The 20th century wanted to tell you that your genes, your race, or your economic status defined your destiny. Flanagan said that a warm meal and a little bit of respect could override all of it. It was smart, it was witty in its simplicity, and it was the most light-hearted thing to happen in a year that was otherwise quite heavy, with the scent of cordite. Flanagan showed us that while the steel of the world was busy crushing things, the soy, the organic, growing human element, was still where the real miracles were happening. Next up, Chapter 19, The Silent Movie Stars. We've seen the heavy reality of social reform. Now it's time to escape into the flickering light of the silver screen. We're going to look at Mary Pickford and Charlie Chaplin, the two people who proved that in 1917, you didn't need a voice to become the most powerful person in the world. You just needed a good close-up and a very large paycheck. Chapter 19, The Silent Movie Stars. The dawn of the close-up and the million-dollar silence. As we've established, the year 1917 was a time of looking at things that the average person would have preferred to avoid. Things like draft notices, the inside of a Belgian trench, or a Bolshevik with a very sharp idea about who should own your sofa. The world was loud, it was violent, and it was increasingly complicated. It is only natural, then, that the human race decided the most sensible response to this global catastrophe was to gather in a dark room, sit in a velvet-covered chair, and stare at a giant white wall in total, absolute silence. This was the golden age of the silent film, a period when the steel and soy era found its most glittering and deceptive mask. While the industrial machinery of the age was busy churning out tanks and artillery shells, it was also churning out thousands of miles of celluloid film, and on that film, two figures emerged who would eventually become more recognizable than the Kaiser, more influential than the Tsar, and significantly better paid than the President of the United States. I am speaking, of course, of Mary Pickford and Charlie Chaplin. In 1917, these two people proved that in a world where everyone was screaming to be heard, the most powerful thing you could do was shut your mouth and learn how to move your eyebrows with mathematical precision. The technology of the flicker. To understand the magic of 1917 cinema, you have to appreciate the steel behind the screen. Early movies were called flickers for a reason. The frame rate was inconsistent, the lighting was often reminiscent of a cave during a lightning storm, and the projectors had a nasty habit of bursting into flames if you looked at them sideways. But by 1917, the industry had standardized. The cameras were better, the film stock was more reliable, and the directors had discovered a psychological weapon that would change the human brain forever: the close-up. Before this era, movies were filmed like stage plays. You saw the whole person from their hat to their boots, moving around in a wide shot. But the 20th century was obsessed with the details. The close-up took the human face, the most expressive piece of biological machinery ever designed, and blew it up until it was 30 feet tall. For the first time in history, you could see a single tear well up in a woman's eye or the subtle twitch of a man's mustache from the back row of a theater. It was an intimate, overwhelming experience. It turned actors into gods because only gods are allowed to have faces that take up an entire zip code. Mary Pickford, the steel under the curls. If you were to look at a photo of Mary Pickford from 1917, you would see a woman who looked like the physical embodiment of the Gilded Age. She had golden ringlets, wide, innocent eyes, and a wardrobe that appeared to be made entirely of lace and sunshine. She was America's sweetheart, the girl everyone wanted to protect from the harsh realities of the modern world. This was perhaps the greatest marketing scam in human history. Behind those golden curls was a mind that operated with the cold, ruthless efficiency of a German U-boat commander. Mary Pickford was not just an actress, she was a mogul. She was one of the first people in Hollywood to realize that in the steel and soy era, the person who owns the machine makes the rules. While the studios were trying to treat actors like interchangeable parts in a factory, Mary was busy reading her own contracts with a magnifying glass. In 1917, she was signing deals for hundreds of thousands of dollars, sums that were previously reserved for steel magnates and railroad kings. She understood that her image was a brand, and she protected that brand with a ferocity that would have made a mother bear look like a pacifist. She eventually co-founded United Artists because she was tired of being told what to do by men who didn't understand that the sweetheart was actually the CEO. She was the steel of the industry, wrapped in the soy of a Victorian romance. Charlie Chaplin, the universal language. While Mary Pickford was conquering the boardroom, Charlie Chaplin was conquering the world's heart with a pair of oversized shoes and a bamboo cane. In 1917, Chaplin was at the absolute peak of his little tramp powers. The tramp was the perfect hero for the new century. He was a man who was perpetually being kicked by the machinery of society, literally and figuratively, but who always managed to brush off his dusty coat, adjust his hat, and keep walking. He was the human element in a world of gears and steam. The brilliance of Chaplin's silence was its universality. In a year when the world was divided by language, borders, and barbed wire, Chaplin didn't need a dictionary. You could show a Chaplin film in a village in India, a factory in Manchester, or a trench in France, and everyone laughed at the same moment. He was the first truly global superstar. In 1917, Chaplin signed a contract with First National Pictures for the staggering sum of $1 million. This was the first time an entertainer had been paid a seven-figure salary, To give you some perspective, $1 million in 1917 could buy you a small fleet of naval destroyers or enough ham to feed the entire Russian army for a weekend. The fact that the world was willing to pay this much to a man for slipping on a banana peel told you everything you needed to know about the state of the human psyche in 1917. We were desperate for a laugh, and we were willing to bankroll the comedians to get it. The movie palace, the new cathedral. As the stars grew larger, the theaters had to grow to accommodate them. This was the year of the movie palace. These weren't the sticky-floored, popcorn-scented boxes we know today. These were grand, sprawling temples of architecture that combined Egyptian, Baroque, and Art Deco styles into a single, confusingly beautiful mess. When you walked into a movie palace in 1917, you were treated like royalty. There were ushers in white gloves, velvet curtains that required a team of 4 men to operate, and pipe organs the size of a suburban house. It was the gilded experience for the soy price of a nickel. For 2 hours, you could forget about the Invitational draft and the Halifax explosion. You could sit in the dark and pretend that you were part of the glamorous world on the screen. The movie palace was the 20th century's version of a cathedral, a place where people went to find meaning, to experience awe, and to contribute to a collection plate that was increasingly being emptied into the pockets of Mary Pickford. The silence of the stars. There is a profound irony in the fact that the most influential people of 1917 were silent. My associate Annie, who as a mechanic spends most of her day listening to the voice of engines, often points out that you can tell everything you need to know about a machine by the sounds it doesn't make. If an engine is silent, it's either perfect or it's dead. The silent film stars were perfect. Because they didn't speak, the audience could project whatever voice they wanted onto them. Mary Pickford sounded like your favorite sister. Charlie Chaplin sounded like your funniest friend. The moment movies started talking a decade later, the illusion was shattered for many of them. But in 1917, the silence was their greatest strength. It allowed them to be everything to everyone. The steel and soy era had produced a world that was too loud to handle. The silent movie was the antidote. It was a place where emotions were expressed through a tilt of the head and a flicker of the eyes. It was smart, it was witty, and it was light-hearted, a necessary distraction from a reality that was none of those things. As 1917 drew to a close, Pickford and Chaplin were the king and queen of a flickering empire. They had proved that in the 20th century, fame was the new currency, and the close-up was the new gospel. We had looked at the stars through a telescope and felt small. We looked at the stars on a screen and felt, for the first time in a long time, like we might actually survive the year. Next up, Chapter 20, 1918 is coughing into its hand. We wrap up the year. The Americans are arriving in France, the Russians are arguing over the spoils of their revolution, and a small, seemingly insignificant flu virus is currently packing its bags for a world tour. The 20th century is about to get its first real fever, and the steel and soy era is about to face its greatest test yet. Chapter 20, 1918, is coughing into its hand. The final verdict. As the clock began its final weary tick toward the end of December 1917, the world found itself in a position similar to a man who has just tried to move a piano by himself and realized, midway up the stairs, that he has neither the upper body strength nor the health insurance to finish the job. 1917 had been a relentless 12-month marathon of steel and soy reality checks. We had watched the gilded facade of the previous century crumble like a stale biscuit, replaced by a world that was louder, faster, more efficient at killing, and surprisingly fond of sugar cookies. The year had started with a secret telegram suggesting Mexico should invade Texas and was ending with an Irish priest in Omaha trying to prove that children aren't inherently evil. It was a year of staggering contradictions, a year where we built telescopes to see the edge of the universe while simultaneously digging holes in Belgium to see how long we could live in a swamp. But as 1917 prepared to hand the keys of history over to 1918, it left behind a few loose ends that were flapping in the wind like a tattered flag. The doughboys finally land. In the final months of the year, the Selective service machine had finally produced something tangible: the American Expeditionary Forces. The first waves of doughboys were arriving in France, and their arrival was a study in cultural shock. The Europeans, who had been living in a state of industrialized misery for 3 years, looked at the Americans as if they had just landed from Mars. The Americans were well-fed, they were tall, and they possessed an almost pathological level of optimism that the French found both touching and deeply annoying. The French were thinking about the next liter of wine and the absolute certainty of the next artillery barrage. The Americans were thinking about making the world safe for democracy and whether the local cafes sold anything that tasted like home. General John J. Pershing, a man whose mustache was so stiff it could have been used to level a shelf, arrived in Paris to great fanfare. Legend has it that he stood at the tomb of the Marquis de Lafayette, saluted, and declared, "Lafayette, we are here." In reality, it was one of his aides who said it, but the steel and soy era never lets a boring truth get in the way of a magnificent soundbite. The sentiment was clear. America had arrived to pay back its 18th century debt with 20th century lead. However, Pershing quickly realized that his invitational army was a bit like a brand new car that has arrived without any wheels. He had the men, but he didn't have the tanks, the airplanes, or the heavy artillery. He had to borrow almost everything from the French and British, who were more than happy to provide the equipment as long as they could tell the Americans exactly where to stand and where to die. Pershing, however, insisted that his boys fight as an independent American army. He didn't want his steel becoming just another cog in someone else's soy machine. The Russian exit, closing the eastern store. While the Americans were opening a new branch of the war in the West, the Russians were aggressively liquidating their assets in the East. Vladimir Lenin, having successfully redecorated the Winter Palace with Bolshevik slogans, realized that his promise of peace was the only thing keeping him from being the next person on a sealed train to nowhere. In December 1917, the Russians entered into peace negotiations with the Central Powers at a place called Brest-Litovsk. It was the most lopsided negotiation in human history. The Germans sat across the table from a group of revolutionaries who believed that diplomacy was a bourgeois trick, and they proceeded to take Russia for everything it was worth. The Bolsheviks basically handed over the keys to the garage, the deed to the house, and the family dog, just so they could go home and focus on their own internal arguments. It was a massive victory for Germany, who suddenly found themselves with 1,000,000 soldiers they could move from the Russian front to the Western front. But as my associate Ennie, the mechanic who understands that you can't fix a broken transmission by simply ignoring it, would say, the Germans were just redlining their engine. They were gaining land they couldn't possibly manage while their own people were at home eating sawdust and hoping the war would end before the turnip supply did. The Russians were out, the Americans were in, and the balance of the world was shifting like a cargo ship in a Halifax gale. The uninvited guest. But the most significant event of late 1917 wasn't a treaty, a battle, or a silent movie. It was something that didn't have a uniform, a flag, or a vote in Congress. Deep in the heart of the United States, some say in Haskell County, Kansas, a small, seemingly insignificant strain of the influenza virus was currently undergoing its own steel and soy upgrade. It was a virus that had spent its life in birds and pigs, but it had recently decided that the human lung was a much more exciting place to spend the winter. As 1917 drew to a close, this virus was packing its bags. It looked at the crowded military training camps, the packed troop ships heading for Europe, and the global movement of millions of people, and it realized that the 20th century was providing it with the most efficient transportation network in the history of biology. While the generals were looking at maps and the astronomers were looking at the stars, the virus was looking at the doughboys. It was preparing for a world tour that would eventually kill more people than all the machine guns and mustard gas of the Great War combined. 1918 was already coughing into its hand, and the world, in its infinite hubris, thought it was just a common cold. The final verdict on 1917. So, how do we judge this chaotic, brilliant, and bloody year? 1917 was the year the world grew up, but it was a violent, awkward puberty. We discovered that we could see across the universe, but we couldn't walk across a Belgian field. We discovered that we could record the soul of jazz, but we couldn't tolerate a glass of beer. We discovered that a woman could hold the conscience of a nation, but she still couldn't have her own bathroom in the House of Representatives. The Gilded Age was officially dead. The steel and soy age was in full bloom. We had traded the slow, romantic delusions of the past for the high-velocity, industrial anxieties of the present. We had become a species that was incredibly good at making things, but still spectacularly bad at deciding what to do with them. As the sun set on December 31st, 1917, the world was a messy, unfinished manuscript. The Americans were in the trenches, the Russians were in a civil war, the British were in the mud, and everyone was in the movie theater watching Charlie Chaplin and Mary Pickford and hoping that the flickering lights would stay on just a little bit longer. Mark Twain would tell you that history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. And the rhyme for 1917 was a harsh one. It was a year that proved that no matter how much steel you build, and no matter how much soy you produce, the human heart remains the most unpredictable piece of machinery in the shop. The 20th century was just getting started, and it had a fever. 1917 was over, and 1918 was waiting in the wings, holding its breath and preparing for the ultimate encore. Good night, 1917. You were a disaster, a miracle, and a hilarious tragedy all rolled into one. Try not to let the door hit you on the way out. It's currently being drafted for the war effort. And so concludes 1917, Fall Asleep to Hilarious History by Mark Twain. The 20-chapter roadmap has been executed. The steel and soy have been balanced, and the anchors have finally finished falling from the sky over Halifax. The end. This has been Mark Twain.